Looks like we are ready to go. We here, we're ready. All right. Hello everyone. I am Freedom Pulse 97, and welcome to Shin Megami Tensei Digital Devil Saga. Really quick here, I'm on the options screen just because there's a quick verification thing that we have to do for runs of this game, on the PS3 specifically. Some of you who have been around the channel for a while may know that Pink Pajamas ran this back at RPG Limit Break 2018. I am echo. Okay, there we go. That should stop the echoing. That I ran this back at that PPJ ran this, sorry, back at RPG Limit Break 2018. That was on the PS2 version of the game. Originally, or at the time, the PS2 version was way faster because the PS3 version is super laggy and had issues. Well, we discovered that apparently there's actually a way to fix all of that lag because of stuff with the emulator the PS3 actually uses to run the PSN version of this game. So all you got to do, for those of you that own this game and you were wanting to give it a shot, but you were like, well, I don't know, I don't want to pick up a physical copy, but the digital version is... Because the digital version is only $10, and physical copies can get kind of expensive, but the PS3 version is known for being laggy. All you gotta do is you gotta go to this menu here, hold left on the D-pad, square L1, R1 for about 10 seconds. We get to do the wonderful counting to 10, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Release them, press start. You see this configuration thing. We turn off VSync delay, and now the game will run basically as it was intended to run originally on the PlayStation 2. And so with that, we are now ready to get started. So, ready to go? If we are good to start in 3, 2, 1, and go. Yes, it does apply to PS3 DDS2, however, PS3 DDS2 has that turned off by default. Only DDS1 and the Raito games have that turned up to aggressive for some reason. But yes, it applies to any PS2 Classic game. Any game that runs really poorly on PSN Classic, you can usually attribute it to that. So for those of you who are not familiar with this game, we'll go over the plot a little bit real quick. We are playing as Surf, who is the leader of a tribe or group of people in this place called the Junkyard, named the Embryon. The Junkyard is basically this semi-purgatorial world where all of the 6 major tribes all fight for superiority and control over this world. With the belief that whichever of the tribes wins and conquers the other ones will ascend to a place called Nirvana, which is pretty vaguely defined in this game, but we believe it's to be, in this game, everyone thinks it's some wonderful place where, you know, they don't have to fight each other all the time. So Surf, who is the leader of one of these 6 major tribes, was locked in combat with the Vanguard, one of their rival tribes, when suddenly a gigantic egg descended from the sky and hatched, which launched a series of lights, thus turning everyone in the entire junkyard into demons. The people of the Embryon then awakened from this state and found a black-haired girl also inside of the egg. They then took this girl back to their base, and she's completely amnesiac. She has no idea what's going on, who she is, other than that she is here to help. Assuming there's probably something going on here, we are now going to go visit the Vanguard, since we were fighting them when the egg showed up, to figure out what's going on. Because, you know, clearly they probably know what's happening. And that will take us to the first dungeon in the game. I'm going to move around some windows here while I can. There we go. Now I can see chat better. Yeah, she's here to help. Yes, also, one of our commanders does not comprehend things, and another one really likes butts. We'll get into all of that as we go. Trust me, it will all make sense by the time we get there, hopefully. So here we're going to be getting into our first battle. For those of you who are not familiar with this game series, a lot of the newer games in this series, I put newer in quotes because this game is like 17 years old, utilize something called the press turn battle system, where this game is a pretty typical turn-based RPG. However, we have a number of turns equal to the number of party members we currently have deployed. In this game, it's at a maximum of 3. Bats can hurt. And the number of... and each turn uses an action. However, if we strike an enemy's weakness, one of those turns will turn into press turns. Will turn into a half press turn of sorts, where we get an additional turn, essentially. However, if we miss an enemy or we hit an enemy that nulls an element that we use or repels or absorbs that element, then we will lose turns instead. This applies for enemies as well, and negative losses to press turns will always take priority over gains. So we'll see right here the enemy that I was on my way to fight. We can show it off in this as well. So these little chicken things are weak to ice, so you see how now that icon in the corner started flashing. That means we get an extra turn. Whereas regular attacks are depleting turns like normal. This enemy is kind of rude. Hopefully she does not decide to just spam Dia. Okay, awesome. Yo, thank you all for the good luck. I appreciate it. Something that is unique to the Digital Devil Saga games specifically is that in addition to regular attacks you can also do combo attacks. So in that first attack you saw, I turned the red guy Heat into his human form, and then he did a combo with Surf to use his grenade launcher as a fire weapon. Combo attacks, nice strength. Combo attacks take up the number of press turns equal to the people who are participating in the combo. However, if you hit a weakness, then it will instead turn, like, for example, Heat plus Surf is 2 turns, but if you hit a weakness, then it will turn into 2 half turns. Check my stuff. Okay, fine. Actually, yeah, no. What is the counter in the corner? So that is something called Solar Noise. It will basically serve no purpose at all over the course of the game. To kind of explain that better, the way Solar Noise works in this game, is that basically as you move, it progresses from new to full, and then from full, which is 8, all the way back to new. It has very little impact on the gameplay. The only real thing it does in terms of gameplay is that it affects the sale rate of the sellable items in this game, which are conveniently called cells. That if you are at full, then generally cells will sell for more. There's also a slight chance that whenever you hit new, or empty, whatever it's called in this game, the moon slash min slash solar noise mechanic is in a lot of the games in this series. Whenever you hit min, there's a small chance that any status ailments will also be recovered. That basically never comes into play. So as we're going through this dungeon, you'll notice I'm actually fighting random encounters, for the most part. I don't want to fight anything that involves Alps, for the most, usually. The meter you see next to our experience meter is each character's mantra mastery. Yeah, there's also some skills, like something called min critical and max critical. But for the most part, it's pretty minor. I'm fighting most encounters through here. You notice on the battle completion screen, which will come up here in a second, there are 2 meters for every character. There's the experience meter on the left, and then the things with the question marks you see. The ones with the question marks are basically how we learn skills in this game. Think of it kind of like how Final Fantasy IX works, where when you equip a piece of equipment, you get the skill, and then once you get enough AP, coincidentally it's called AP in this game as well, you are able to learn the skill permanently. It's similar to that in this game, except you just buy basically the quote license to use the skill, and then you unlock the skill. We will use a Stoma Spray exactly once in this run. Alright, Moyo Ryo is a really good thing to run into here. They give some of the most AP. We're fighting encounters here until Heat learns his mantra, which I think will happen here. Yes, alright. Heat mastered his mantra, so now he learns Agi, which is a single target fire skill, and Void Fire. That will be very, very important for the boss fight. We're also going to switch around our ammo here. The boss fight will be fought using Surf's guns. And now we can run from every single encounter for the rest of this dungeon. Eventually. Yeah, you can see there's an example. Press turns apply equally to enemies as well as us. Surf is weak to fire because he's an ice dude. So he tends to be weak to that. Something else to note is that we have control over Surf's level ups, but not the level ups of our party members. Level ups for our party members are completely set. They will always be the same every single time, with the exception of bonus points, which just happen randomly on level up sometimes. With Surf, though, we will be speccing almost entirely into magic. Also, this encounter rate is being very, very wonderful right now. Case in point. Ideally, we want to be finished with our mantra at, like, right here, and then don't get any more encounters, but, this game is, pretty well known for its encounter rate, and so the game's just showing off for us. It's having a good time. We're having a good time. Running from all of these encounters. But we are going to be putting all of Surf's points into magic, because magic is kind of busted in this game. For a summary of what magic does, there's a list. Actually, I'm gonna punch this Impusa to death. Impusas have a chance to drop some useful things. Specifically, they can drop either a Chakra Drop or a, come on, Heat, or a Ice Blast, which is a throwable item. Unfortunately, I did not get either of those things. Here, we'll be healing right before this boss fight. So to list everything that magic does, magic affects your magic attack, of course, your magic defense, your maximum MP, and your magic accuracy. It is very, very stacked. So Surf will basically be taking no damage from magic this whole time, even stuff he's weak to. So this is Hayagriva, it's the first boss, the zebra with no arms. And he's weak to ice. So we turn Surf into human form because he likes throwing out fire abilities, so we don't want to get our weakness hit. Also, this ice shot combo, which is done with Surf having a gun and Heat having the Void Fire skill, which is why we were fighting encounters to learn it. Alright, so here he's going to show off that he also has Void skills, Void Ice. We are going to counter with Void Fire because it's a tell for a huge AoE fire attack that we do not want to get hit by. Nice critical hit. Nice double critical hit. Alright, we in there. So what the Void skills do is it just gives you a null to an element for the turn. And this should take him out pretty soon. And there we go. Alright, that's first boss down. The only other stat we'll really be worrying about at all is Surf's Vitality. We're going to put a couple points into it here. Vitality is your maximum HP and your physical defense. We're going to be putting a couple of points in there, just to give some survivability for a mini-boss in the next dungeon. Also because more health is always good. And then once we max our magic, we'll overflow all of our stats into vitality. All right, so we're hitting everything pretty strong right now. We're at the peak of action right now. Very exciting first dungeon. And so to cool us off a little bit, we're gonna have about 15 minutes of unskippable cutscenes. Strength does not help with handguns. Handguns damage is based on the ammo that you have equipped. And so if you want your guns to be doing lots of damage, you have to continuously upkeep your ammo. So the way cutscenes work in this game is you can skip most of the cutscenes in this game. Any cutscene, though, that has a dialogue option or a required response from the player will be unskippable. So we fought Harley, that dude there, the zebra guy. He didn't know anything. In fact, he went kind of crazy. Something, he got really hungry. And so we beat him. And we still don't really know anything when suddenly the Karma Society, who owns this gigantic tower here that's totally not foreshadowing for anything later on in the game, they're kind of the keepers of order in the junkyard. They're sort of a neutral party. They summoned all of the leaders of the tribes to kind of have a bit of a meeting. Generally, this is done to give new orders and stuff. Feed me, Seymour. Exactly. It's basically we're just playing Little Shop of Horrors, the video game. We are all the plants. So we're going to have a little meeting. We're going to be introduced to the leaders of the other tribes and get some wonderful lore presented to us. Also, shoutouts to this event cannot be skipped. It happens every time I press the start button. Just to let you all know that this event, in fact, cannot be skipped. I have a command in my chat that's just exclamation point skip, because I have a habit of absent-mindedly pressing the start button and people calling me out for it. So, you know, dude casually, his eyes suddenly changed colors. It's fine. There's nothing suspicious or weird about that. Yeah, this event cannot be skipped. Let's see. If only this event could be skipped.
Everyone is present. Why have we been summoned, Dissemination Machine?
No answer to your query is available. There are no pertinent issues to be addressed at this time.
I do not understand this. The temple summoned.
I summoned you. I may have seen this cutscene 70, 80 something times. Every run gets to this point.
I am Angel.
Gonna drink some water. Remember, everyone, to stay properly hydrated, especially if you are in the northern hemisphere during the very warm summer we are having, at least where I live. Be sure to stay properly hydrated. Have you tried? I don't know. Might have tried once or twice.
The key lies in the Atma you have gained. Atma is the power of demons.
Oh yeah, we get some sick tats, by the way, to represent the demon forms we have.
Gains power by feeding.
Oh, it's raining where you live? That sounds really nice. At this point.
You cannot escape your hunger. Warriors of purgatory.
Another command in my chat, I have that entire the Rend Slaughter line copied out. And command that calls it up. It's all good fun. Yeah, she one of the tribe leaders may or may not have the tattoo in a very fun place, very interesting place.
End the stalemate with our newly awakened power.
You know, keeping it classy. This game came out in 2004.
You speak words that
You
we
cannot
cannot
escape this
understand.
cutscene.
Aside from our new power, nothing has changed.
Incorrect. There is one addendum.
You can tell there's one addendum because she drew the one with her finger.
One tribe will conquer this purgatory and seize the black-haired girl. Nirvana shall open its gates to this tribe alone.
Okay, so the entire reason we can't skip this cutscene is this right here. So suddenly we speak up and this angel voice suddenly gets very, very upset. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure there's no reason at all why this angel person is really angry that we suddenly said something.
Critical system update.
But at least we know that the girl's name is Sarah now. That's pretty cool.
Acknowledges demon existence. System inquiry. Review this information, child of purgatory.
Plot armor, yes. So we had that nice little relaxing cutscene where we found out that apparently we're demons. Surprise, surprise. And so we're gonna go back and report to everyone what just happened. And have the console lag a little bit. Because the PS3 doesn't like it when there's more than 4 people on screen at the same time. It's fine. U24 Puzzle Boy RTA. Nice. Also, I would like to shout out the music in this game. Shoji Meguro did an amazing job with this game's OST, one of my favorites in all of video games. And we get more cutscenes. That also cannot be skipped.
If we want to know about Sarah, bring her to Nirvana. Is that all she had to say?
Angel. I do not know this name.
You truly remember nothing?
Oh, yeah, so to introduce our motley crew here, that is Sarah. That's the one that came with the demon virus and all that fun stuff. The purple/pink-haired girl is Argilla. She is our sniper/magic user. Also dialogue.
Nothing's changed.
Redhead dude is Heat.
We'll crush the other tribes and reach Nirvana
He likes blowing things up
by using this new power.
and having really poorly lip-synced lines.
I have no objections.
The very
Our goal
stoic
remains
green-haired
the same.
gentleman is Gale. He is our
am
strategist.
Sarah's
However, he does not tend to comprehend very much.
Just want
So
be
prepare to
normal.
hear I do not comprehend from him a
I'll
couple
do
of
anything
times.
to find a cure for this curse.
And then we got the dude with dreadlocks is Cielo. He right now seems has not quite awakened to his personality yet. You'll see some people in the cast have gray eyes, other people have colored eyes. Basically, all the colored eyes means is that the character has kind of woken up to their personality. So trust me, Cielo will
You
undergo
mean
a very
going
vast
to
personality
fight that
change as
enemy?
soon as he awakens to
Until now,
said
the
personality.
tribes have relied solely on their own strength and resources.
So right now we're making a plan here.
Limits one's
The plan that we
strategic
are
So our
coming up
enemy's
with.
enemy is our
Gale
friend?
makes wonderful plans, by the way. I said he's our
Certainly
strategist.
changed.
He works very hard for that title.
You are the ones
His
who have
current plan
changed.
is to
Your emotions have
Heat's
clearly
voice is
become
Crispin
unstable.
Freeman.
I do not comprehend.
I do not comprehend. There you go.
What about Sarah then?
So Gale's plan here is that currently the Embryon are the weakest tribe, even though we did just absorb the Vanguard. We are still the weakest tribe, so we're going to actually go and we're going to make a pact with the Maribel, which are another small tribe who are currently locked in conflict with the Solids, one of the larger tribes, who has been basically locked themselves up in a citadel, in their like castle thing, and are kind of solidly entrenched there, if you would. So we're gonna go and we're gonna try to make a peace treaty with the Maribel to take down the Solids together. Which I'm sure will go perfectly fine, considering everyone here is trying to kill each other. There will surely be no conflict from this at all. And we're out of cutscene land, so we can get back to some gameplay. There will be so much non-conflict. The amount of peace talks and understanding will surely be astounding. Yes, so the dialogue options, some of them are actually important. This game features a save transfer system between its sequel, Digital Devil Saga 2. Depending on your answers to some questions, you get certain bonuses when you play the sequel. Some of which involve unlocking a special character for the final dungeon. Others involve getting super special, awesome, really powerful skills later on, etc. Alright, so we're going to do some shopping here. Everyone's favorite thing. Alright, so we're going to buy 2 of these. 5 of these. 5 of these. 5 of these. 5 of these. Someone is a Yu-Gi-Oh! The Approved series, man. I might have seen it I might have seen the first part of it a couple of times. 5 of these. 11 of these. 5 of these. And 5 of these. So we just bought a bunch of our attack items. They provide us with the area of effect ability of each element, because we really have very limited access to elements at the moment. So we're just gonna supplement that by just throwing items at things for a little bit until we actually get those elements. Also, Argilla's getting AP now. Originally, she was not getting AP during that first dungeon out of protest to the whole Ren Slaughter Devour Your Enemies thing. And so now she's getting some AP, so we're going to run around in circles here for a second until the game decides to give me an encounter. There we go. Oh, and it's an ambush. That's lovely. So ambushes are a mechanic in this video game that are, it's one of the more unfortunate mechanics. Essentially, occasionally what will happen is the enemy will, I guess, get the drop on you or something, even though we're still going first here. And they will attack us while we are still in human form. This basically has no positive application for us. Nice. And in fact, in the vast majority of cases, we will automatically run from any encounter that is an ambush. However, because it was one blob and I really wanted to get Earth Spirit learned there, I just took the fight anyway. They can't summon multiple. So here we will be picking up our first set of mantra on our characters. Like I said, we kind of need to expand our range of elements a little bit. So Surf will be grabbing the mantra for Earth skills. Earth skills are a thing that's unique to Digital Devil Saga in comparison to a lot of other SMT games. So he'll be grabbing Earth Spirit here. Our boy Heat will be grabbing Battle Demon, which is a rather expensive mantra he'll spend a while working on. And Argilla will get Bolt Spirit so she can work on Zeo, which is electricity. Also, because this is a marathon run, I'm going to save here. There's very, very little chance of me dying in this first dungeon. Unless I'm doing something horribly wrong, but since it's a marathon, I figured it'd be good if we didn't have to start at the beginning of the game if I were to meet an unfortunate demise. Let's see. And devour. So, our wonderful plan has met a little bit of a, is this the only SFT game? So, Persona 1 has an Earth equivalent, I believe. But as far as, SMT goes, this is pretty much the only one with Earth. Alright, you have that. Very important that we always heal. Another game series, game that I do some speedruns of is Dragon Quest XI. And there's a saying in the Dragon Quest RTA community, always Montan, or always maintain your health. It's very important here as well. When P3 does not have Garu and Zan, Garu and Zan are generally all in their own separate games. Garu is wind, Zan is force. They're basically the exact same thing.
Come on, your ass is...
Oh, there we go. There we go. It has been claimed. So he really likes butts, and so he likes to claim them. So we might hear he claim ownership over the butts of a couple of enemies over the course of the run. At the moment, we're going through the Maribel's base in order to test as to whether we're worthy to be allies with them or not. They're making us go through their base and fight them until we reach the center of their base to see if we're worthy. So basically, to see if we're worthy of siding with them, they want us to just kind of beat them up. So that's currently what we're doing. We're making our way to the middle of their base, where we will surely meet a wonderful character who has never been the cause of any frustration for me during a run. Oh, didn't get the freeze. Never mind, he created. So throughout this entire game, I'll be fighting most random encounters. We have a pretty large number of mantras that we have to learn. So I'll be fighting almost every encounter I can, unless it's something that's too obnoxious to fight or I haven't grabbed my next mantra yet. Currently, our goal is to get Argilla and Surf's mantras mastered by about the 3/4 point in this dungeon. And micro. So each of these dungeons kind of has a mechanic to it. The one for this one is basically go find the switch, hit the switch, and open the door. It's a very complicated mechanic, I'm sure. What are mantras? Mantras are how we learn skills. We buy mantras from save points. And if you look when I finished up this battle, you'll see I have 2 bars with each character. One of them is our just typical level up stuff, and the other one is our mantra. Yeah, think of it like licenses in FF12 or like abilities in FF9. Ah, yes, it's very complicated, but the switch there, we pressed it, now there's a door open. Okay, So these Kiwi elephants here, elephants that are also Kiwis, are really, really good for AP. So thankfully I'm running into a bunch of them. They're the reason why we have so many Thunder Rods. They also make fun elephant noises. Let me double check my health. So, a fun mechanic in this game, actually is pretty fun, is that special physical attacks actually cost AP instead of MP. Or HP, sorry. Cost HP instead of MP. So if he starts using physical attacks a lot, I kind of need to keep an eye on his health. Mizuchi is pretty cool. Okay, so this one is Mabufu Matera. Yeah, imagine you have the power to turn into a super cool looking demon and you transform and suddenly you're a slime or a blob. Elephants are quite majestic. This game has a lot of pretty cool elephants. Also some very, very angry ones. And it has Mizuchi in it. Also, shoutouts to these blobs. They know Pterodine, but they don't have enough MP to use it. It's a nice scare the first couple times you see it. Because, you know, you're in the second dungeon in the game, suddenly an enemy's throwing dying skills at you, which dying skills are for... just for reference, dying skills are the strongest tier of magic in the game. It's like the, it's the equivalent to, like, the Aga skills in Final Fantasy. Took me a while to remember the suffix. So basically, getting hit by a Pterodine at this point in the game would really, really hurt. So the way the fight generally with them works is they try casting Pterodine, it says not enough MP. And then after that, they will use Dormina, which is a sleep spell. And then they'll use MP Drain to slowly drain away your MP. So eventually they can cast Pterodine, but their magic stat kind of stinks anyway, so it won't do that much damage. Yes, or Fire 3. So this is the other fight we got a bunch of Thunder Rods for. We have to save 5 for that fight, since they ambush us, and it's not really worth the time waiting to transform back. Also, this game has a somewhat hidden mechanic. Yes, those are in fact birds with swords in their mouths. This game has a, I think, somewhat hidden mechanic, I don't remember if it's talked about much, where if you can kill an enemy in one turn, then you get more money. Which is very, very important, because mantras cost a lot of money. Let me actually look at my money. I have just enough. I need 5.5k to purchase the next set of abilities I need. Perfect. Save a Thunder Rod. There's some enemies in the next dungeon that are weak to electricity that are kind of spooky. So I kind of want to hold on to some resources for those. NPC does tell you that. Okay. Alright, now we have learned Zeo, so that's the wrong thing. And then we also have Void Elec, and then we set Terra onto Surf. This allows us to have access to more combos, also just elemental coverage in general, which is pretty neat. Alright, next mantra we're going to be giving Surf Earth Shrine, which will give him Ma Terra, which is the AoE variant of Terra. And we're going to be giving Argilla Angel. And be left with not very much money. Saving here because the next fight's kind of dangerous. Yes, this game does have combos like similar to Phantasy Star 4, yes. So this upcoming, if you remember when I beat the first boss of the game, I put a couple of points into Surf's Vitality. and I mentioned it would be useful for a mini-boss later, the upcoming fight is the mini-boss I was referring to. As soon as we deal with these birds. You've heard of cows with guns. Have you heard of birds with swords? That's a reference. Oops. Here we go. So this mini-boss right here is the entire reason why I put a bunch of points into Surf's Vitality. Or is it really? Okay. So we need everyone to be at full health when we go into the next bit of the fight, so I'm going to throw an Ice Blast here, that way he can throw a ration on himself. Mothman with a gun is too powerful for this world. Oh, trust me, the cow is incoming. Alright, so after we kill this, the game is gonna cheat. There is a pretty, a very, very strictly maintained rule in this game that you always go first if there's enemy reinforcements, and then this mini-boss just straight up breaks the rule. Neat! Okay. So, Power Charge causes the next physical attack to do 2.5 times damage. And, for Argilla, it's a damage range whether or not that kills her. The reason we put specifically Surf's Vitality up to 8 is that gives him just enough health that it's not a damage range to die, unless he gets a critical hit. Whereas he can always survive unless it's a crit. Yeah, game cheating, never. Okay, and that was Yuki. The spider crab cow of good. Alright. Friendly reminder to always Monton. Alright, once again, saving for this boss for marathon safety. Because this dude almost killed me in my last practice run. Alright, so this upcoming fight is Bat 1, or Kamazot's 1. Ignore the fact that I'm adding a 1 by his name. I'm sure this is the only time we'll run into this dude. He is Janana, who is the head of the Maribel's top lieutenant. He's also very, very rude. Case in point. So, Bat here likes to use Rage, which turns his 1 press turn into 2 half turns. He likes to do Rage, Spiral Edge, Guard. Spiral Edge hurts a lot. The nice thing about Guard is that it does give him an Earth weakness. And I'm gonna heal here. And I'm just gonna heal to full. Basically, for this fight, I need to keep everyone above 38 HP, because 38 is the most damage that Spiral Edge can do to someone. For safety, because everyone's health was kind of low, I'm keeping everyone full because that would have knocked most everyone below that threshold. He does that. Sometimes his AI breaks. And then when his AI breaks, you just cry. Also, he really likes doing this. This is a little unfortunate. He can do this, or he can do Raving Slash, which is a single target attack, or he can do regular attack, or HP drain. He can do a lot of things that aren't continuously spamming Rage into Spiral Edge, and we would rather see most other things he can do. Unfortunately, it does not appear that that is going to be what he is choosing to do today, so we'll be sitting here for a little bit. Also, this song is amazing. This song is called Big Battle. It is one of my favorite boss themes in RPGs. Okay, I was 100% expecting him to break script and snipe Argilla there. All of the variety. So much variety. Yeah, this game is absolutely amazing, though. I saw a comment in chat about how they had played this game and really enjoyed it. This game is wonderful. It's definitely one of my favorite RPGs. And it's a very, very comfortable, very comfy speedrun. I promise you all, he has more attacks than just this. Despite how it may appear, he does have more attacks. Yo, we have Cielo emotes in chat. Let's go. Alright, we're almost done. Hey, he used a different attack, see? Oh, and it... Wow. That's very unlucky. So Raving Slash can inflict panic. It is a very low chance of doing so, but of course it was inflicted on Argilla. He's almost gone though. Enemies' HP turns red when they are at 15% HP or below. And there we go. We go. Nice. Yeah, all of my homies hate Bat. So right there, Heat was about to eat Bat, and then Argilla's like, no, don't do that. We want them to be our friends. And Janana's like, you didn't eat him? Oh, you're actually cool then. Let's be friends. So now we're friends. Bat was very angry about that, though. Bat woke up to his personality and got very upset by the fact that we're friends with them. That we're, us and the Maribel are now friends. Surely that'll be fine. So we agree to attack the Solid's Citadel. Basically, the plan is the Maribel are going to stage a fake attack on their front gate while we sneak in through the back and assassinate their leader. By the rules of the Junkyard, if one tribe kills the leader of another tribe, then all of the members of that tribe must automatically obey and join the tribe that killed their leader. So we're making a beeline straight for Mick the Slug, who is the leader of the Solids. Boy. Yeah, the difference is his stats cap out at 99 in this game versus Nocturne where they cap at 40. Also, this is one of the worst fights in the entire game that we're about to get to, so hopefully it goes well. So this game has a mechanic called hunting skills, where basically if you manage to kill an enemy with a hunt skill, then you're able to devour that enemy, and all of the AP from that enemy goes onto one character with an added bonus. We're gonna try to do that with these here Archangels, with Surf. Also, I have to do math really quick. So these guys have 170 HP. I have to count here. 78 and 80. Uh, 80, okay, so this dude has 10, the other dude has 15. Ow! There is a mechanic in this game called Stomach Ache, where if you devour an enemy, then sometimes you have a chance of just, getting an ache from it, and you can sometimes lose your turn, you take damage, and if you end a fight on a stomach ache, then you, lose any and all AP for that fight, which is really bad. So Surf has to devour both of these dudes. Unfortunately, Surf's strength stat, as you may have noticed, is kind of bad. So it takes some work for him to get these devours. I don't want to risk it. Argilla can attack one of these enemies to do some chip damage, but she has a chance of getting critical hit. And a critical hit would be bad. If Surf does not get both of these devours and or eights, then I have to reset the fight. Thankfully, there was no stomach aches there. I can tell because of the HUD fading out immediately, meaning there is no more things that will happen in the battle. So that went really well. Yes, also if you end a fight on a ton, yes. Turns out, if you eat a lot of food and you get a tummy ache, you tend to not be feeling very powerful afterwards. When I became an adult, I realized no one was stopping me from eating 12 brownies. And then I ate 12 brownies, because no one stopped me. It's one of my favorite, struggles of growing up memes. So the mantra, Surf has to learn a lot of mantras, because clearly, since we're able to min-max Surf, he is our main damage dealer, we need to get a lot of various different things on Surf. So we fed him all of the AP from those Archangels, and we're about to try to feed him a giant crab. You fool. There's significantly more cake here than I expected. Exactly. So we're going to be attacking a giant enemy crab's weak point for massive damage in order to force to feed Surf some more. Fortunately, there happens to be a giant enemy crab right in this door. Yeah, Surf is great. So you noticed I saved. It's because he can... This is the same shenanigans as last time, except now he has an area of effect attack that does a lot of damage. So we're going to attempt to eat this crab. Emphasis on attempt, because it's not looking good so far. Okay, no fear proc. Oh well, I'll just kill the crab then. There is a mechanic in this game called Fear, where if you hit an enemy with their weak spot, or if you block one of their attacks, they have a chance to become afraid, which means your hunt skills do more damage to them, and some hunt skills later that are insta-kills are guaranteed to land. So, unfortunately, didn't get to eat that crab. Fortunately, we have a backup. Also, this area has poison gas that doesn't actually do anything except flip the camera right there. For those of you that know a little bit about this game, you may also know that one of the super infamous, very secret, difficult boss is actually hiding in this dungeon. He is New Game Plus only, and only after a certain point, so we can't go find him right now. But there is a certain fiend of the Demi variety that in New Game Plus will be chilling down here. Yes, so for those of you that don't know, Demi Fiend, the protagonist of Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne, is the super ultra boss of this game. And he's really, really difficult. And he's just casually chilling in the basement here. It's the Jack Bros, yes. Really? Well, how greedy am I feeling? I'm feeling pretty greedy. Never mind. Apparently I'm not feeling greedy. Oh well. That still gives me some decent AP. Regardless. And we get some disc poisons, which is neat. Exactly. He's our Demi friend. He's only one of the more difficult super bosses in JRPGs, or at least notorious for that. Okay, that's cool. Okay. So, because I couldn't get a Devour earlier, I'm just gonna eat one of these Akusas. Where's the lunge? I can just move the other. Nice crit. Oh, never mind. So, critical hits and misses have the exact same camera effect, so I can't tell if So, if you see the camera suddenly zoom out on an attack, I don't know why I did a zoom out motion, I'm used to having a webcam. If you see the camera do a sudden zoom out, that means an enemy is either getting a critical hit or missing. One of these things is very preferable to the others. What's your AP looking like, my dude? Oops, that's the wrong button. There we go. Okay. So I'm gonna need to grind down here until I master Earth Shrine. Yeah, there's really no reason for it. It's more just to be like, hey, remember this one video game we made? That we put a trailer for this game in the, yeah. Oh, by the way, some demons have some very interesting screams, so if I start killing a lot of Nekomatas, I hope you enjoy that sound effect. So Citadel is widely regarded to be one of the worst dungeons in the speedrun. It's quite a lovely place, I assure you. Nice, Dormina. Yeah, so this is what I mean. MP Thief is technically nerve element, and it's technically sleep element in this game for some weird reason. So drain attacks do more, drain more if you're asleep. Okay, I would really appreciate it if you would run away. And they're out of MP. Hey, it's Pterodyne! There you go! I've never actually gotten to the point where they successfully use Pterodyne, so now we have all witnessed this. Hey, there we go. Blobs actually give really, really good AP. So this should finish off my mantra. Maybe. Oh, hi, Akusa. No one invited you. This is a blob party. Yeah, like I said, their magic stats really, really bad. Also, humans have less defense overall than Demon Form does. So it did a good bit of damage, considering their magic's not great. Alright, there we go. Yeah, Citadel is widely regarded to be the killer of runs because we have a lot of stuff we have to learn, and some of the encounters in here can be kind of rude. But I'm gonna change my party order right now because the last several runs I've forgotten to do that until I was in the middle of the Valkyrie fight. Just like in real life. Hey, it's the cows. Unfortunately, Surf does not have a mantra set right now, because these cows give some of the best AP in the entire dungeon. At least I can feed some to, or get some on Argilla, I mean. But hopefully, oh my goodness. The classic. Yes. Magic is really good in this game. I mentioned this before, magic determines your magic attack, your magic defense, your maximum MP, and your magical accuracy. So magic is just overall amazing. Yes, moo. So something to note about this game and this series in general, because this game uses the same encounter rate formula as its predecessor, SMT Nocturne. There is no minimum floor for steps between encounters. The maximum is also very high. So as a result of this, we will, sometimes you get several, like 2 or 3 step encounters in a row. Other times you can go entire floors without a single fight. And, everything in between. Yeah, magic does basically everything. And then Overflow will go into Vitality, because that's physical defense and max HP. Just to make ourselves a little tankier. Alright, this is gonna be interesting, but I also, just for the sake of safety, deal with this. With percentage spent on random encounters, a fairly large one. I don't know an actual number, but it's a pretty large percentage of the run. That might be really bad, leaving that Succubus at that amount of health. We'll find out. Okay, we're fine. No, never punished. So Succubus is kind of a spooky encounter because they, when they get to low HP, can use an ability called Allure, which is an AoE charm ability. Charm causes you to lose your turns and or attack your allies. Neither of those things are stuff that we want to happen. Also, ailments in this game do not have a maximum turn of effect. So, it is possible for us to get stuck in an allure loop for like 5 minutes. Not that I'm speaking from experience or anything, but let me just say I'm sure if it were to happen to someone who runs this game, they would be quite upset. There is kind of an Astoma in this game. There are items that you can throw that have the effect of Astoma. However, we will never be a high enough level to ever take advantage of Astoma sprays, except for one point in the entire level. We have to revisit the first dungeon way later in the game, and so when we revisit that portion, we will use Astoma sprays to turn off encounters. But that's the only time the entire game will be a high enough level to make any use of Astoma. It may or may not have been. Alright, there we go, there's Valkyrie. No Valkyrie shenanigans today. That fight is either one of the freest fights in the game, or she just kills you. She has an attack called Power Wave, which is a very, very powerful area of effect, a physical skill, that if it happens to get a critical hit and then she uses it again, will wipe my party. Which is very, very lovely, I assure all of you. Fortunately, she just did Fizz Repel when we were attacking her with magic, so hashtag fights free. Yeah, the thing is we don't get a Stoma Spray until very late anyway, and then also, yeah, money's very, It's not something I have to spend much time worrying about over the course of the run, just because I'm comfortable enough with the game that I know that it's going to work. However, the money route in this game is quite tight. There are all times I'd be able to drop down to, like, hundreds of, down to only hundreds of money. Fortunately, I just kind of know how it works. It is actually very rare. Like, I bring it up like it's a big thing, but I think I've only ever had that happen to me once. And it was when I was first learning the game, so I was kind of afraid of it happening, because I heard it was a thing from another runner. So I had saved immediately beforehand. Fortunately, this game is very, very nice about giving you save points. Alright, I do have Voidalite set, yes, okay. Alright, now we'll be fighting Tarask. It's the one of the scariest monsters in all of Dungeons & Dragons. But in this game, it's a weird lion turtle thing that's kind of a joke. Now that I say that, he's going to kill me. Hey, we're fine. So the way this enemy's AI works is he will spam electricity attacks until he gets a shock. What shock does in this game is it's a one-turn ailment that causes all physical attacks to be guaranteed hits and criticals. And then he will spam an AoE physical attack from that point. Fortunately, he did not land shock, and now we have Void Elec up, so if he tries to do that again, he'll crash into the wall and lose his turn. Yes, there are a lot of things weak to Earth in this dungeon. That's another big reason why we made Surf learn Terra. Earth will not be good forever. We will eventually pivot to a different element, namely fire. But Earth is very, very good in the early game. Alright, I do need to take like 1 or 2 more encounters. Okay, so this is why I wanted to save a Thunder Rod. You just punch, and then the Zeo should kill both of them. You're alive, that's potentially bad. Ooh, we get to see a lure happen! Yay! Nice. Awesome. This is fine, Argilla has Zeo. Your cat's just asserting dominance, it's fine. Letting you know who really runs things around there. But yeah, fire in this game is, it's pretty good out of 10. The funny thing is that you actually can allure Argilla. That has and will in the future hit everyone. during runs. I just got very lucky that the one person that has the thing needed to kill her was not the one that got charmed. Alright, awesome. Surf God Dragon. Perfect. Alright, now we will be starting the Path of Fire. We will be going for Fire Spirit. Saving again. The nice thing about taking this game to marathons is that I basically play it the exact same I would normally when going for PB attempts. I just save more. Alright, so we're setting Zan, which is a force attack on Surf. Now we have coverage for every single element, which is very, very nice. Alright, so I hope you all are ready for a hard puzzle. So we have this right statue key, we insert it and we turn it to the left. Keep with me here. We turn the right statue key to the left. Any guesses on on what direction we turn the left statue key into? Safety. Please do not miss. Hey, he didn't miss. Nice. Forward, yes. No. We turn the left statue key to the right. So here, Argilla and Heat are like, that was way too easy. I wonder if there's something fishy going on. And my response is, I don't think there's anything fishy going on, but I do think things are about to start driving us a little batty, if you know what I mean. Spoilers, Bat may or may not have been very upset about the Alliance puzzles. What is this? If their eyes change colors. They awaken to not opening up pitfalls, which I guess is a change in personality. Haha. Yes, so SMT as a series tends to throw a lot of instant kill skills at you. There are two elements of instant kill in the series. There's light/expel damage, and then there is dark or death element. Surprise, surprise, death element is insta-kill. However, in Digital Devil Saga, they changed it, so death element is the only insta-kill. Instead, Hama, which is the expel element, does percentage damage. So fortunately, there's a lot less worrying about dying to insta-kills in this game. Not that it's not still a problem, but it's at least we only have to worry about one source of things just immediately killing us. The dark fact. So the plan for mantras. So you would actually be a little incorrect in that. He is going to become basically an ailment robot. You'll see in a couple hours. But Heat's job will be to nullify every single ailment, eventually. For the moment, we're working on Taunt right now, because Taunt's really good. Also, this is a bit of an unfortunate opening to this fight. This is fun. Okay. So I'm going to throw a medical kit here and basically hope that the next turn goes better. Yes, they are also sometimes called Bless and Curse. That's mostly a Persona 5 lay and later thing. But yes, they are also sometimes not. Okay, there we go. Now we can play the fight like normal. Almost as if I have a plan for how to do these fights. Yes, also humans are weak to expel. Or, sorry, are immune to expel, rather. That's one of the perks of human form, is that you are immune to expel type damage. Yeah, we'll be doing some shenanigans with you. There will be plenty of shenanigans to be done. Alright, so hopefully this poison lands. That is the opposite of poison landing. Thank you, Heat. Ow. Alright, well, we're fine. And there we go. Alright, we are almost done with the Citadel. So they're like, so we get to Mick's room, and they're like, aha, we knew that you were coming all along. There is a traitor in your midst, ahaha. And we're like, oh no. We have been betrayed. I wonder who possibly could have betrayed us. So now we're rushing to the gate of the Citadel to try to save Janana. Because the brutes knew they were coming, Mick is out there currently completely annihilating the Maribel. So we're gonna try to help. Boo. Boo. But first we might need to do some grinding, depending on okay, can this not hit all three of them, please? Thank you, Heat, for doing exactly the opposite of what I requested that you do. Okay, this Devour should give me what I need, though. Perfect. Alright. So normally we would have to do a bunch of grinding outside the gate of, or like at the very front of the dungeon. However, actually, fortunately, I don't have to do any grinding, so that's neat. Oh no. See, we told you, Argilla could in fact be charmed. Thankfully, Argilla is resistant to Earth. Yeah, I'm a little sad this game does not have an encounter indicator. I do. Oh my goodness. Well. Nice! So, running away from battles can be a little problematic at times, but we're good. We got there finally. Fortunately, that should become less of a problem in the next dungeon. I emphasize should be. Oh my goodness. Game, please! Good. Good. Excellent. Wonderful, even. Yeah, now the game's just wasting time. Alright, Heat, please. Thank you. Yeah, Nekomata tends to be kind of scary in a lot of games. In this one, she can charm lock you. Okay, game, please. I'm just gonna kill these cows out of spite now. Because I'm tired of failing to run away from encounters, so the cows are getting it. I mean, that chakra drop's really nice. Oh my goodness! Welcome to SMT GDS, ladies and gentlemen, and all our non-binary friends. This is the experience right here. This right here is the Shin Megami Tensei experience. There we go. Alright, we made it. Alright, doing some quick setup. Don't need to do anything with you. I set Terunda and Voiding Spell on you. Heat, you get Vile Blade. Over Mad Brush, you get Devil Feast, and you get Taunt. Alright, time to go fight. Time to go try to save Janana. So here we find out, apparently Janana was so inspired by Argilla, she decided to stop eating things. Also, something, Sarah's singing voice can prevent demons from going berserk. But Janana's, she's a little hungry, so she thinks we're dinner. So we have to politely inform her that we are, in fact, not her dinner. So the way this fight works is, first of all, we're going to get her fully debuffed. Well, that kind of isn't great. Let's, get rid of that. However, Jinana is a physical attacker. No, because this fight will not give us any AP. So you only get AP from bosses that you devour, and we will not be devouring Jinana. Alright, she's fully debuffed. She's a physical attacker, so we want to counter the taunts by using Tarunda. The way taunt works is taunt gives you 2 stages of a defensive debuff and 2 stages of an attack buff. So we want to make sure that the attack does not grow on her too much. And now we will be trying to do as close to 500 damage to her without going over as possible. When she takes 500 damage, she will gain the ability to summon unicorns to the fight. Unicorns are not very fun to deal with, so we want to do as much damage to her as possible at once, once we have pushed just under that damage threshold. So I'm going to Venom Claw right here, because that'll put me right under what I need. Never mind, I think that's a little lower. Alright, and now we're just going to go, ham. I am going to heal, though. So she has a chance of summoning unicorns at 500 HP. There's a possibility. Well, she didn't because she summoned immediately. There's a possibility she can go the entire fight without summoning a single unicorn, and that is ideal because these unicorns are kind of rude. They have a chance to cast Dekunda, which removes all debuffs, which makes this fight go a lot slower. Okay, good. She did summon 2 unicorns immediately. That's very nice. And there's the Dekunda right now. I talked about it. So she has a chance of just leaving 1 unicorn out, and that's really bad because her AI kind of expects her to summon 2. So if she doesn't, it kind of breaks a little bit and does very nasty things. However, when she has 2 unicorns out, she goes into a very predictable pattern where she'll use this really scary skill called Seraph Lore that does 85% of your current HP to the entire party. Every other turn. However, because it is Expel element, we can just simply counter that by using Void Expel on Argilla. Conveniently, Tarunda and Void Expel are on the same mantra. And then the other turn, she'll just do whatever she wants. That does not include Seraph Lore. So ideally, she doesn't spam Whirlwind, which of course now she's going to. And hopefully the unicorns don't. And thankfully, the unicorns are splitting up their damage, which is very nice. So, again, every other turn, so we're going to put up a Void Expel to block the Seraph Lore and make her waste all of her turn. We're also going to throw a Medical Kit, because everyone's health is getting a little low. And unfortunately, we did get an immediate Dekunda, so this fight is going to take a little bit longer to kill. She should hit red HP pretty soon, though. And there we go. Again, that means she is at 15% HP. She has about 2,500 health, I believe. 2,100. Somewhere between, like, 2,000 and 2,500. I'm not sure on the exact number there. But she is definitely closer to defeated. Yes, Void spells only last the turn that they are used. That is correct. She does have 2k HP? Okay, thank you for looking that up. And hopefully no one dies. Yeah, and they're only the turn that they are used. Okay, thankfully they did not kill me. Would expel one more time. I'm not even going to bother healing, because hopefully she dies either this turn or the next one. I'm actually going to bother a little bit. Never mind, we're fine. Fight ends when she goes down. And we get 0 AP for this fight, like I mentioned, so I didn't bother buying new mantras for anyone. And we have made it out of Citadel. So, we realized, that betrayed us. Surprised Pikachu face. We, should probably go back to Manapura and see what's currently going on right now. Fortunately, when we arrive, our favorite stoic friend, Gale, arrives as well to be like, hey, what's been going on? You've been gone for a while. And so we get our good friend, Gale, from Digital Devil Saga to join our party. Heal up. And we have to do a bunch of menuing on him. So I give you Venom Fang and Devour, and then I swap... Oops, nope, not that. Swap Zen out for that, and Zen out for that, and we give you that. Heat, you do nothing. You swap out Zen for Augie, and we're good to go. Yeah, the Unicorns just kind of give up. We're the best party members in this game. Every party member in this game is actually really good. Depending on what you're going for, that answer will change. Alright, so Landmine, we need to buy until we have 6. We need to have 6 Ice Blasts. And we need to have 6 Molotovs, which we really want. Cool. Let me scroll down my notes a little bit, make sure I'm not missing anything. Gale Heat Surf. Yes, okay. I'm pretty comfortable doing this run without notes, but I want to make sure I don't miss anything for sake of marathon integrity and not just losing time to forgetting a menu. Yeah, everyone in this game is really good. It depends on what you are trying to do. Also, Gale Start comes with an ability called Quick Escape, which boosts your run rate by, I think, 45%. It's really nice. Yeah, every party member fills a very specific role. In the speedrun, unfortunately, we will not be using Argilla very much more because her role is basically the same role that Surf is filling, but Surf does it better. Also, during this area, all of the enemies run away from us very not suspiciously. Case in point. In any percent, we kind of drop. We'll be using Argilla for this dungeon, and then she will not be getting used anymore, unfortunately. Alright, setting mantras, you go for sure... No, you go Fire Demon. You go Fire Demon. Alright, we're gonna buy this super duper expensive mantra on Heat right here, Ogre. It would normally take him like 3 dungeons to master. He's gonna master it because he's about to leave our party. This game has a fun mechanic where if a party member leaves the party and comes back, then they will master whatever mantra they had set onto them. Heat is about to leave our party, so we're getting this super duper expensive, relatively high-level mantra on him, so that by the time we finish the dungeon, he'll have mastered Ogre. Yeah, so Cielo is in 100%, so... bleh. One thing at a time. Our final party for this game will be Surf Cielo Heat. However, every party member gets used quite a bit. However, if you're playing 100%, Argilla is actually one of the most used party members in the game. She's used as much as, if not more than Surf. So for those of you Argilla fans, the 100% category is for you if you don't mind, 12 to 16 hours of grinding. It's a lovely category, I assure all of you. Alright, so this is Bat 2. Terra, also, nicely enough, Gale has Void Death, which protects us from the Muto attacks or Death attacks that these Baphomets like to spam. Okay, cool, we get the 2-turn fight. Nice. So this fight can either take 2 turns, 3 turns, or 4 turns, depending on if he uses Void Expel or Void Earth there. He used Void Expel, so this is a 2-turn fight. So, Void Expel is pass. Drop onto the taunt. They had enough MP for that, I didn't even check. Terra. Death. Landmine. And Terra should kill, never mind, Heat missed, because Heat is a silly goose. Heat is the silliest of the silly gooses, and likes missing. Also, ow. Alright, so in this case, we throw a landmine to break the shield, and then we would just tear up. And he should go down, he's at red health, case in point. Ended up being a 3-turn fight, because he likes missing with attack items. Alright, so that was bad too. And now Heat leaves. Heat leaves to go check on Sarah because Argilla... Earlier, Gale mentioned, hey, we should probably not tell anyone about Sarah because everyone is looking for her, so we should do everything we can to not mention to anyone that Sarah exists. Meanwhile, Argilla, because she was really sad that Janana was dying, kind of told everyone around that Sarah exists and that we have her. So now the Solids have us trapped in here while they go raid our base to steal Sarah. So Heat ran to try to head them off and protect Sarah. Meanwhile, we're kind of stuck, and it's our goal to get out. Yeah, the Heat has a really bad magic stat, so he has a really bad chance of actually hitting things with magic. Alright, so the gimmick with this dungeon is chain encounters. So I hope you like seeing lots of reinforcements. So for this would be doing the Miragi combo, would be throwing a Molotov with Surf, passing with Argilla, and then doing another Miragi combo to finish. Apologies if I refer to them as Mozlotovs at any point during this this run. It's a joke habit I got into. Yeah, we're throwing Mozlotov cocktails at our enemies to defeat them. It's fine. Yeah, the greatest of gimmicks, more fights. Alright. So a lot of new runners tend to have issues navigating this dungeon specifically. The cue I use to navigate here is basically keep running until you find a ladder. I'm going to grab these discurses for safety. Normally I would skip them, but they're not that far out of the way, and who knows? They will possibly come in handy. Alright. So we need to take 1 or 2 encounters so that Gale can master his mantra by the time we get to the next wave of enemies. So this will do just swimming. Also, those New Way enemies are the enemies that like throwing Curse out, so they're a very good enemy to be having those things for. Yeah, see? Another ladder. This one's a dead end, but it has a cell in it, like I mentioned at the beginning of the run, for those of you that were not here. Nice ambush, by the way. Thankfully, Quick Escape actually works. Cells are a collectible item that you pick up, and their only purpose is to sell them. You sell cells. And we're picking that up because money is very important. So hopefully I can make it to this next mantra pretty quickly. I would normally take this, but I don't want to waste a ton of AP. Actually, that would have been a good encounter to take. Regret. It's fine. Oh no, they have pressed the conveniently located switch. Whatever will we do? Guess we'll kill them. Alright, so this is actually a brand new route change as of 2 days ago. What I just did is a fresh, hot new tech. Because we found out that it's slightly more optimal to buy the Fire Spirit mantra for Gale here, as opposed to later when we would buy it normally. Found completely on accident by yours truly. Also, we're gonna turn this thing on for no reason. Yes, Gale is getting Fire Spirit. He always gets Fire Spirit, we're just doing it early. Yes, New Way sounds like seagulls. Also, it's time for the most thrilling and interactive fight in the entire game. Yeah, the hottest tech since the Freedom Walk. Alright, we're gonna pass, and I'm gonna press the triangle button. I held it up to my webcam as if you all can see me again. Yeah, the new meta. Alright, so I turned on auto memory, which means characters will repeat their actions from their last turn. So we're just gonna chill here for a second. How does it make things better? It allows for some slightly cleaner routing of Gale's AP. So normally, what we used to do, is grab a mantra called Battle Demon, which Pete had earlier, and you would get a decent bit of AP from this fight for Battle Demon onto Gale, and then right after this, we're going to do something called a Field Hunt in order to master a mantra on Surf and hopefully Gale. The Field Hunt gives Gale enough AP that he can actually master Battle Demon from nothing. So technically, if you get the AP from this fight and the Field Hunt, you are actually wasting AP. However, this fight actually gives just enough AP that it will master Fire Spirit from nothing. Like that. I don't like auto memory. I'm personally not a big fan of auto memory. There are benefits and drawbacks to auto memory versus just pressing triangle to auto battle. We joke as it's basically having a dedicated punch button. I personally prefer just having the dedicated punch button. This is the only fight I use auto battle for in this run. There's one fight in DDS2 I use auto memory for. But yeah, now we have Fire Spirit learned. And now we can, you do not have Fire Demon yet, though. That is unfortunate. I definitely should have taken that one fight. So now we can get Battle Demon on Gale. So we can go for him learning it from the Field Hunt without having wasted some of our AP. It's just slightly more optimal, and it gives us a little bit more freedom later on in the run. Alright, so now I'm going to be running around in circles until Surf learns this mantra. Ideally, I would have gotten enough an encounter on the way between the New Ways and this terminal again, and that would have mastered what I didn't have. Whatever. Also, the encounter rate is proving that it is capable of giving me a low rate of encounters. And unfortunately, Valkyrie is not something I can really kill unless it comes with an enemy that I can exploit the weakness of. Yes, more freedom. Yeah, so that fight looks really easy, and it is very, very easy. There is the chance, though, that Gale will miss. And Gale missing can have some very disastrous outcomes. Those New Ways can combo into Mamudoon, which is area of effect 45% chance to kill the entire party. It's kind of painful, just a bit. Just a tiny bit of pain. I've had Gale miss that, and then immediately had Mamudoon wipe my whole party. It's been lovely. Am I anticipating SMT5? I am. I'm trying to avoid spoilers as much as possible. However, I am definitely looking forward to it coming out. Alright, now we can get the next mantra and do the aforementioned Field Hunt. So, Surf grabs Fire Leader. Like I said, we're going to be going pretty all-in on fire damage for basically the rest of the game. Alright, this is another thing where if what I want to happen doesn't happen, I have to reset and try again. But here we're going to do a fun little mini-game. This will be the only time in the run that we do it, because most of the other ones are really out of the way. This is a Field Hunt. We attack all of these purple orb things, and then once we have attacked all of the orbs, we will gain access to fight a group of Mitama-type enemies that are a type of rare enemy that provide us with lots and lots of Atma points. Am I following this with DDS2? We will not be doing DDS2 today as part of this marathon. I have in the past run DDS2, and I'm currently in the process of relearning the run. And here's our Mitama. He's a very, very angry chicken nugget. Ice Blast. Okay, we got a Fear proc. Perfect. Boo-foo. I will explain how this works once I am secured in what I'm doing. That freeze is kind of nice, but whatever. Alright, we're good. We have accomplished the minimum of what we need to do in this field hunt. The only hard requirement here was that Surf has to eat something, because that will auto-master Fire Bleeder. From here on out, we're going to try to get Gale to devour one of these as well. If he doesn't, then whatever. Okay, there we go. What does Fear do? So Fear causes you to deal more damage to enemies overall. It also causes enemies to take more damage from hunt skills. And also there are insta-kill variety hunt skills that are 100% proc rate if the enemy is feared. Alright, awesome. That went perfectly, more or less. It also decreases an enemy's evasion rate to 0 in addition to that. Okay, I don't need to do anything there. I learned Taunt over Zan, and I am done with you. You switch out Augie for Augie Lao, and that is all I do at the moment. Let's heal up, and let's head out. Perfect. That was actually the part of the run I was... That and Archangels were the two things I was kind of the most worried about, because those are points where you just kind of have to reset if you fail it. So thankfully both of those have gone. A little bit. Yeah, press turns is one of my favorite, is probably my favorite turn-based battle mechanic. Yeah, it's kind of like reverse smirk, yeah. Alright. And we continue on. So you'll notice I didn't go for a Devour or anything on Argilla. The mantra that Argilla is currently working on, nice encounter rate game, called Adamant, is actually Argilla's final mantra that she will be learning in this game. She will no longer be acquiring mantras after this point, and after this next boss, she will not be in our party anymore either. Which is very sad. I am a big fan of Argilla. I really like her. She's a cool character. She's very fun to use in battle. Thankfully, 100% exists for that, and DDS2, she gets used a lot. She's in the final party in DDS2's speedrun. Sadly, like we've mentioned before, mantras are very expensive in this game. And because we're not really, like, we're fighting encounters, but we're not going out of our way to grind for stuff, we unfortunately kind of have to cut one character out of our mantra route in order to successfully have enough money for everyone else. Argilla's role in battle is to be kind of our glass cannon mage. Unfortunately, Surf does that role, but better. So, Argilla's kind of getting the boot. Alright, saving again. Here we have, well, after I run away from this encounter, rather. For the rest of this dungeon, I'm going to be running away from every single encounter, by the way. This wave of enemies here and the dungeon boss will give me enough AP to master Surf's mantra. And that's really all I need. So this is the beginning of our literally hot kill it with fire tech. Miragion is very good. We do actually have these enemies' weakness. Oncots are weak to electricity in this game. However, when you hit an enemy with their weakness, they have a chance of being feared, like we've seen. And fear text takes up, is kind of slow. You lose, I think, 3 seconds or something every single time fear text pops up. So in that case, where we can just kind of kill them anyway without hitting their weakness, it's better to just avoid using their weakness. Bye, Tarask. Bye, Tarask. Oh no, I didn't run away successfully. Gale is weak to electricity, by the way. Just throwing that out there. Fortunately, it did not come into play there. Yeah, so Gale is our wind element dude. His role in the party is to kind of be our balanced character. He can do basically everything fairly well. I guess I should go over everyone else's. So like I said, Surf can do whatever. Argilla is our magical glass cannon. Heat is our physical tank. And Cielo, who we will be getting in about 30 minutes, will be our speed character. Who also will have the benefit of not having an elemental weakness, which makes him really useful. Alright, changing up a party. This is Surf, Argilla, Gale. I'm gonna go over here and save. I never save for this boss. But there is a very small percentage chance that things can go horribly wrong here. And, like I said, I would rather that did not occur. Is agility good in DDS1? It's alright. The big thing is that agility kind of affects your run rate, and so quick escape on Cielo is a little better than quick escape on Gale. The big thing with Cielo is that he doesn't have an elemental weakness. Alright, so this is Adavaka. Adavaka is susceptible to being put to sleep. He's a very, very sleepy boy. And, you know, it's been a long day. It's kind of late where I am, so Adavaka is asleep, and Adavaka is asleep. And, Adavaka is asleep. Adavaka is once again asleep. And now he's dead. Hard boss. Try not to think about it too much, Snowfire. Something video game logic. So, that boss is actually very difficult if you do not successfully put him to sleep. He has a lot of very powerful physical attacks. 2 of my 3 party members are magical glass cannons, meaning anything physical will kind of just explode them. And he also eventually, when he gets to lower health, gets Mind Charge and some other really powerful stuff. Overall, very, very bad time if you are unable to put Adavaka to sleep. In fact, I do not taunt him until he is asleep, because the last thing I want is for him to be punching me any harder than he already does. Alright, so someone spilled strawberry jam everywhere. I bet it was Cielo. So here we found out Heat was unsuccessful in stopping the solids from taking Sarah. Also, the solids have told us that if we want Sarah back, we need to go to coordinate 136. Yeah, Mind Charge into Megiddo. Megiddo is Almighty, which means you cannot resist Almighty. It's also quite powerful. So, yeah, not fun times, if he gets a turn. Also, Cielo has awakened to his personality and has ascended to the form of being aggressively Jamaican. There are some unskippable cutscenes which will demonstrate that very well. But now we get to go to the most exciting and thrilling dungeon in the entire game. I hope you all are ready, because truly this will be a dungeon to remember for all of the years. And you cannot use Makara to reflect Almighty as well. Yes, correct. Also, there's a cat that's here, by the way. We saw the cat roughly around the time Sarah showed up. Everyone knows it's a cat, but no one knows why it's a cat or what a cat even is, but they know it's a cat. Because there's no cats in the junkyard, but people know what it is, and that seems weird. So this is the obligatory puzzle dungeon of the game, and we get some very thinly veiled foreshadowing as to the plot of the second game. But it's okay, because as this narration says, this is a story of a journey, even better than a story, a journey of both mystery and adventure. It's all you could want and more. We get our cake and can eat it too, and other cliched catchphrases to demonstrate how truly exciting this dungeon's about to be. Alright, so new mantras, Surf and Heat both grab Protection, which has healing magic on it. More importantly for Heat, it will allow him to go down his eventual path of being a null bot. Argilla is unfortunately never getting a mantra ever again, and Gale stays on Raxus. So the neat side effect of the reroute of moving when Gale gets Fire Spirit is now with Raxus. He actually will master Raxus, which is a slightly higher level mantra, at the same time that Surf and Heat learn Protection. Normally we would have to wait for him to learn Raxus, or finish learning Raxus until later. Alright, really quick, I actually forgot to do a menu, so I'm gonna do that right now while I'm scrolling down here to find the menu. Where's the menu? There's the menu.
For they protected the country and drove away hardship. However, one day an evil being
A strange journey, yes. It is, in fact, a quite strange journey. A strange journey, a bizarre adventure, a confounding quest. A confounding quest for glory, even. Also, ignore the fact that that princess conveniently looks a lot like Sarah. I'm sure there's nothing about that. Yo, thank you so much for the good luck. I appreciate it. An evil being, oh no. I bet she has a very weird taste in headwear. Alright, I forgot to do a menu, so let's do that right now. My party is going to be Gale, Heat, and Surf. Set. Gale will now have Augie go over Devour. Gale will be getting First Strike, which is the skill that we get from Ogre that's really good. It increases our chance of going first in any battle by 20%, which is kind of a big deal considering how low level we're going to be. And Surf gets Fire Boost over Terra. Fire Boost, or any boost skill, increases your damage by 25% with that specific element. Alright, so this is Twinkle She's the most passive-aggressive fairy in the world. We didn't talk to her, so now she yells at us and then gives us a tutorial about what we're doing. And we have a door maze. We also have monkeys. So the way this door puzzle works, oh hey, it's our boy Thoth. So the way this door maze works is all of these doors are, controller? What? Why did my controller just do that? That was weird. All these doors are one way, and if we go the wrong way, all of these portraits of the evil prince, which will turn red as we get closer to them, like that one right there, all of these portraits will open up a pitfall that will drop us. We need to find the one blue picture in this entire maze. Good prince. Yes, there's also a Fomorian, who is a very large, angry goat man. And here's the good prince. Ignore the fact that he looks a lot like a certain main character. Surely this has nothing to do with the game's plot. Yeah, boy, I finished the rest in my head. We have yet to see him in this run, actually. Hopefully he shows up at some point. I'll be very disappointed if we don't get a ya boy at least once this run. All right, so we deliver the message to the princess. And making sure I equipped Fire Boost, I did in fact. All right, it's time for our favorite friends. And our favorite mascot characters are about to make an appearance. This time in the form of rappers. We got the Hee-Hop brothers throwing out all the hee-hos. Let's see some Jack Frosts in chat. You got any? Even some Pyro Jacks. It's the Jack, the myth, the legend. My boy Jack Frost. And Pyro Jack, his name is not Jack-o'-lantern, it's Pyro Jack. Listen to me, and he really wants us to listen to him. Nice crit. Listen to me! Keeps telling us to listen, but he's not saying anything. And there we go. You suck. He's very upset. And we never saw him again, unless you fight King Frost. Then you see him one more time. I need to restore Heat's MP. I have a lot of chakra drops, it's very good. I keep almost calling... So, we have a good friend in the SMT community. He's a really good friend. He's a very awesome person, good friend of a lot of the streamers. He runs SMT 1 and I think 2. He runs a lot of the older games in the series. His name is Radial, and his picture on Discord and in everything is a picture of Thoth. And so, sometimes I accidentally forget that the demon's name is actually Thoth, and sometimes say, oh, no, oh hey, it's Radial. So if you hear me randomly call that monkey something that is not Thoth, that is why.
He desperately craved her affections for himself.
Yep, Megiddo monkey.
But try as he might,
Do you get a Jaxel? No, so the listening thing is just me messing around.
never changed.
The thing ends as soon as, that loop ends as soon as you say no to them. I joke that in order for your run to be valid, you have to listen to them until their dialogue changes. And so I take like the 10, 15, 20 second time loss to have them repeatedly say hee-ho at me until they change their dialogue. It has zero impact on gameplay and all the impact on the overall entertainment of the runner. Alright, so here we have light puzzles. Yeah, exactly. It's not time loss if you do it every single run. Exactly. At that point, it is strictly time neutral. Hey, there's more of them. With a valid run. Yeah, it's like it's 10 seconds in a 4.5 hour run, so, it's really not that big of a deal. Yeah, unfortunately we kind of had to roast those Jack Frosts. They give really good AP. And they kind of hurt if you fail to run away from them. If they decide to target Heat, then Heat is probably going to die. Also, they get more turns, which means it takes longer. So I generally like to just kill them to avoid any possible shenanigans from failing to run away. So these are very simple light puzzles. We're just changing the direction of the mirrors to reflect the princess's love to the good prince. And doing so opens doors for us. You know, sometimes your love is so strong it's actually a laser beam. This is also the only dungeon in the game that really has any sort of text mashing, really. Because this game has cutscenes that you can mostly skip, there is very little text mashing over the course of this entire game, which is very, very nice. This dungeon is like the one exception to that. Any particular reason for not using it right away? Because the HP noise is a full heal, we're going to be saving it for a mini-boss fight in the next dungeon. That way we can get double the benefit from it. We can both fully heal our... we can both fully heal Gale, who's the person we're going to use it on, and we can give him the extra HP right before one of the scarier mini-bosses. So we're holding on to both the HP and the magic noise until that point. Also, this fight's really scary. Thankfully, I just ran away from it. So, Pyrojacks do very little damage. They continuously yell, "Listen to me," and spam Miragi. Surf is weak to fire, and even though he has super high magic defense, still will have the weakness hit on him. So they'll get 5 turns there of spamming Miragi that will very slowly, well, the 5 turns will turn into 10 turns of spamming Miragi, which will slowly whittle away and kill everyone else, and probably Surf as well. Yeah, Pyrojack can be a little spooky. Alright, so here we have roller coaster puzzles. I'm sure these were not approved by any sort of health and safety board. But the solution's pretty simple. We hit this one switch, and then we go and we climb around to the platform that has the good prints on it, and we take it to the end. OSHA does not approve. Yes. Also, physics would like a word with it, but this is like a... it's not exactly Earth. Actually, it's not Earth. So, you know, we can get away with some stuff. And that's Sarasvati. Sarasvati's kind of scary. She has an attack called Tentarafu. Tentarafu is medium panic damage to the entire party, and panic damage also can inflict the panic ailment, which can take away your turn. And overall, Sarasvati is very, very scary, and is probably one of the scariest things in this dungeon. I actually need to kill one of them, though, because I still need some AP. Thankfully, Sarasvati is weak to fire. Yeah, this entire dungeon, like, I was joking earlier about it being the most boring dungeon in the game, which it is. But it's also absolutely terrifying. There are so many encounters in here that if they go first or you fail to run away, will just kill you. Yep, that was indeed our good friend Choo Choo Train, also known as Khahulin, if you like calling them by their not meme names. Tentara, the food. Yeah, our good friend Choo Choo Train is also very scary. He does a lot of really powerful physical attacks. Surf has no physical defense at all, so he can basically one-shot him. Again, I don't need the AP anymore, however, I don't want to fail to run away from this group of Jack Frost, so I'm just gonna resist them. Also, we get a Frost Bomb out of that, that's kind of nice. This game's having a moment. The game is definitely having a moment. Remember, kids, always Monton. Alright, thankfully, once you're in the puzzle room itself, there are no encounters. Any of these puzzle rooms have the random encounters turned off, with the exception of that door maze, which is very nice. Yeah, good old SMT encounter rates. Yeah, absolutely. So really, most of what we're doing in this game is we're taking a lot of our, we're just running through the dungeons as fast as possible, taking basically every random encounter we need. I'm gonna run from things for the rest of the dungeon, though, because we have to learn certain skills over the course of the run, and we need a lot of them. And you get skills from fighting encounters. So we'll be taking most of the encounters throughout this run. Other than that, pretty typical RPG stuff. Turn-based battles. We get benefits from hitting enemies' weaknesses. Oh, and coincidentally, the giant, huge plot drop, the huge twist in the story is a little garbled. So we'll never know what happened in the story. Yeah, I've been making my way through the Dragon Quest series of games recently, and some encounter rates in those older RPGs are quite a thing. So fortunately, this game isn't that bad, but it does have its moments. Alright. This is the last puzzle of the dungeon. Thankfully, there are not encounters in this room. Oh no.
And sank into deep sadness. Her heart was overcome with despair, and that power called forth great destruction. Thusly, the world fell.
The prince became the artist formerly known as Prince. Alright, so all of these tablets here all correspond to part of the story we heard, so we're going to talk to this one that was broken. He's going to get really upset about the fact that we have to solve puzzles. And coincidentally, him punching that actually unlocked the puzzle that we have to solve, so, that's neat. Someone dared me to. Thankfully, with Sacrificial Fusion in Nocturne, that's not too bad. You just have to kind of know how to do it. Alright, so this puzzle kind of combines everything that we've been doing through this dungeon up to this point. We have conveyor belts, we have mirrors, we have light puzzles. Yeah, heat is accidentally being helpful. Oops. Corners are too strong. Everyone thinks they're cool until they suddenly find themselves running into a corner. With absolutely no negative repercussions. Oh, so this game actually features dynamic music that as you progress through the dungeons, generally, more layers are added to the track. For some reason with this dungeon, they decided the best way to enhance the experience of listening to this song is to add in like a tuba or a horn at random points throughout the song. So hopefully y'all are a fan of occasionally, because that's what we get. That's how we're enhancing the listening experience of this track. Alright, so this is the Stairway of Doom, Sadness, Pain, Suffering, and High Encounter Rate. I'm sure that name is completely coincidental and that none of those things are true. I'm sure this staircase is very lovely. There you go. Yeah, just a normal staircase. It's fine. Alright, okay. Only 2 encounters on that staircase is really good. Alright. So, set Zan onto Surf over Bufu, and then we give Heat more MP. I'm gonna give Gale some as well. Grab Angel on everyone except for Argilla. Thankfully, this boss gives us just enough AP to learn the Angel mantra. So we will be taking advantage of that, except for Argilla. Surely not. Alright, and upcoming is a 5-minute unskippable cutscene, so I will leave y'all to enjoy all of the fun shenanigans of this next cutscene, because this is one of the bathroom breaks I get. So I will be right back. Enjoy the cutscene.
Surf!
Oh, how nice. You came all this way so that I could devour you. Come on, let's hear you sing. And if you do a good job, I'll bring you along to Nirvana.
Who'd want to go with you?
Oh, you don't like me. Well, if you're not going to cooperate, then maybe I'll snap your little neck right now.
Get your grubby hands off her! I'll tear you apart, you fat freak!
All right. Come and get a piece of me.
Here's a little something for last time.
You?
If you want the girl back, then kill your leader.
What?
Maybe we'll reward you and your sweetheart with a trip to Nirvana. Mick doesn't give a damn about her, and neither do I. Once we're there, she's all yours. Listen carefully. Do as I say, and it'll be worth your while.
Heat, no! You can't trust that traitor.
I knew this was coming. Now we'll know for sure who's superior.
Heat! Stop!
Don't move, maggots!
There is no alternative. Defeat him, Surf.
Alright, so here we get a little fight with Heat. Because we said no I can't, we actually don't get to do any turns, so we get to watch Heat punch us for a little bit. Ideally, Heat gets a critical hit here, and we only have to get punched in the face twice. Otherwise, it takes 3 hits. unfortunately, it's going to take. If he gets a critical hit, then you can skip that last line of dialogue. Oh, also during the, so we just skipped a couple of cutscenes. What happened is basically Heat was like, yo, act like you're losing, I'll get Sarah back. And then, Bat shows up, and then Bat is like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna, Bat's like, oh, by the way, I'm taking Sarah and I'm abandoning you here to, defect to the Brutes, who is the biggest tribe. Meanwhile, Cielo shows up and uses mouth lasers to free Sarah from Bat's grasp. Mouth lasers will make no more returns, sadly. And so Cielo has rescued Sarah. Oh, Cielo can fly, by the way. He turns into basically a jet. And now we get to fight Rahu. Since now he's just kind of left on his own. Alright, so he'll grab one of our party members. Gale is alright. In order from best to worst, ideally he would grab Heat here, but Gale isn't a bad target for that. You don't want to see him grab Surf, though it really doesn't matter anyway. Just as far as turn economy goes, you would rather see him grab Heat. Yes, Void is a shield skill. You do get null skills in this game, but they are very high level. Yeah, Rahu, also known as Mick the Slug. His demon form is Rahu. And he likes attacking via... So we killed his body, and now he's acting as a giant skinny head. Don't think too hard about the fact that we just destroyed the body of a two-parted demon that's also a dude. Karate Chop of Doom! Alright, he should... Exactly, just SMT things. Alright, so we took down Mick. Also, this cutscene is unskippable, and we get to see how wonderful Cielo is now that he's awakened to his personality.
Well, it looks like Bat got away.
We will meet him again. He is strong. He would make a better ally than Cielo.
Oh, come on! I totally saved Sarah back there!
Are you joking? Bat makes me sick.
Yeah, what she said.
What is joking?
As far as I know, it means you aren't serious.
I do not comprehend.
Surf! Surf! I'm sorry.
Yeah, Gale's been reading too much game facts.
Yeah, he don't understand self-control.
Well, at least everyone's all right now.
What is
Sorry.
joking?
I came here to help, but I've only created problems. There really isn't anywhere I belong.
He comprehends
Hey,
harebrained
say that, Sarah.
schemes because he comes up with a lot of them.
You've got a place to stay. Well, I mean, we're, you know.
We're comrades, am I right?
Yeah, that's it.
Comrades?
That's right.
Absolutely
I
nothing.
do not comprehend.
Oh, hush. That's
See,
enough
doesn't
from you.
comprehend.
Hey, say something, Surf.
And now I can skip. Alright, so we have a bit of a problem. The problem being that... So we killed Mick. I mentioned earlier, the rules of the junkyard state that whoever kills the leader of the tribe is the one that is supposed to take over the tribe. However, we find that all of the members of the Solids apparently joined up with the Brutes, despite us being the ones that defeated Mick. And we're like, huh, that doesn't make any sense. So now, we're getting really tired of Bat, as everyone would. So we're gonna lay a trap. First, I do shopping, though, because that's important. Heat casually bleeding from getting impaled. It's fine. He's fine. He's a tough guy. Alright, so we buy 11 Megami bombs. And 4 fire bombs. This game is amazing. I love this game as an adult. Yeah, you know, rub some dirt in it, it'll be fine. Alright, so Heat's gonna be leaving our party again, so we're gonna put a mantra on him for him to work on. However, first, Surf gets Battle Demon. Heat goes for Adamant, which is down. No, it's up here. Adamant is like the one mantra I always forget where it is in this grid. Agility gets nothing. Gale would go to Roxas, but he's done with Roxas because Galaxy Brain rooting. He now goes for Spirit. And Cielo goes for Ice Spirit. Alright. Menuing for this entire dungeon, our party will be this, and then we give Cielo Zionga over that, and Quick Escape over that. Surf gets Hama and Dia. Gale gets Hama over Agi. And do you get anything else? Oh, and I can set life bonus on you now over Quick Escape because Gale's not going to be running from things anymore. Is that all the menuing I do? Just double checking. Yes, that is everything. Awesome, 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 blossom, blossom. We're good to go. So our plan to get rid of Bat for good is when Cielo was flying to coordinate 136, he saw this boat here. So our plan is we're going to have Argilla dress up as Sarah, start spreading a rumor that Sarah is being hidden in this boat so that Bat will be sent to retrieve her. Meanwhile, Argilla is keeping Bat busy. Heat will take Sarah to a safe, discreet location, and Surf, Cielo, and Gale will run through this boat and plant several explosives so that after we finish beating up Bat for the final time, we can then blow up the boat along with Bat and all of the brutes that are with him at the same time. So throughout this dungeon, we will start at the bottom of the boat, or we'll make our way down to the bottom of the boat, and then we will go from the bottom of the boat up, planting explosives as we go. This is actually, fun fact, my favorite dungeon in the game. It's probably the point in the game where the difficulty spikes a little bit more. But this and the next 2 dungeons are my top 3 dungeons in this entire game. So after the kind of sleeper dungeon or whatever, and Citadel, which wasn't very great either, we get, in my opinion, the 3 best dungeons in the game all in a row. So this is definitely the part of the game that I really, really love about running this. Excuse me. How long until the cat cutscene? About an hour? Roughly? An hour and a half-ish. Let me look. Let's see. Currently 10 minutes behind PB, so yeah, like an hour. Like an hour and 10 minutes. Alright, so here we're going to grab this chest with some attack mirrors. They will be useful much later. Chatter Skulls are so much fun. Alright, I have to heal. There's a mechanic in this game called Hunger, occasionally, where after you beat every major boss, you'll get a text box that says Surf and the party are hungry, they grow weak from hunger. Which means you take, like, a 1% hit to your HP. Or you just, like, take 1% damage or something from your hit points. It's really minor, and it's just kind of a flavor text thing. But I figured I should probably top everyone's HP off before I do this. Alright, Surf is our healer now, by the way. So when you saw me accidentally menuing to Argilla, or to Surf a bunch and trying to heal, that's why. Surf will be healing the rest of the game. Yeah, Shatter Skulls and Nocturne are so much fun. Okay, let's see. Zanma. So I do want to get some Devours with Surf here, if I can. That perfectly sets me up for a Devour. Unfortunately, I can't get back to Surf's turn. He has his done already. Yeah, again, it's very minor that I'm sure, like, pretty much everyone that played this game would not notice it. The only reason you notice is because people have looked what it does, and I've done this a lot. Please don't. Wow, Mudo is so strong. For those of you curious, that's a 30% chance, and it works every time. Alright, let's try that again. Please don't. Like I said, 30% chance, 30% of the time, every time. I would really like to actually be able to kill these things. By the way, I'm just gonna get rid of the Chatter Skull. Hey, everything is a 50-50 if you really think about it. It either happens or it doesn't. There we go. Kind of, maybe. Please don't. Okay. If I can, I really want to get a Devour here. Okay, awesome. These Phantoms give a lot of AP if you Devour them. And I would like to finish Battle Demon by the time I get back to that terminal I passed. Also, Gale getting Vitality is pretty nice. 50-50-50, yeah. Do I have? I do. Please don't kill with the bonk. Hey, perfect. I'm gonna pass Devour, because this will finish my mantra, and then I'll worry about killing the other one next turn. So, the benefit of the routing, the new routing stuff that I was mentioning earlier, is that Surf can be a lot more aggressive about Devours here. Like I mentioned, the way Devouring works in this game is that you funnel all of the AP from an enemy into one person, and then they then get a bonus on top of that funneling. So normally that'd be kind of bad to do a lot of Devouring, because it means you're putting everyone else behind on their AP route. However, because we have modified Gale's stuff a little bit to make it so he has a lot more flexibility, I can afford to Devour a lot more with Surf to finish what I do, to finish sooner. Is Doctrine HD worth it? If you get the PC version, yes. I am a big fan of the PC version specifically. PS4 version is okay. And if you're playing the game casually, then absolutely it is, and you haven't played the game before. The best version of the game is definitely the PC version. What is better about the PC version versus Switch? Better frame rate, better stability, less load times. The Switch version kind of suffers from loads and frame rate issues. But that's neither here nor there. So now we will be working on getting Surf his next big mantra. Also, yeah, PC version also comes with, like, a slightly updated version of the vanilla version of Doctrine that we never got in the US. Or that never came outside of Japan, rather. Which is pretty neat. Alright, so now we will be working on... One second, menuing really quick, and then I'll finish that thought. You're good for now, because I gave you that. You're good for now. Alright, so now we're going to be working on getting Surf the mantra that has Miragi on it. Using PS5 have any tangible benefits? I don't think so. Not any major ones, at least, from playing. Yeah, like I said, it's kind of a modified version of the original. I like to call it the French vanilla version, because it's like the vanilla one, but it's fancy. Just like French vanilla ice cream. It's cool to mess around with. So here we'll have a couple forced encounters. A lot of these bombs have a forced encounter tied to them. Because, of course, the brutes are hunting us, because we are still following the rules about, if a leader dies, then the, tribe that took them out gets the glory. And currently there's only 3 tribes left now. It's just us, the brutes who are currently fighting, and then the wolves, who we've seen nothing about the wolves at this point. Their leader, Lupa, was the guy who we saw in the intro, or in that first cutscene, who was like, "You speak words that we do not understand." That guy, him and his tribe haven't showed up at all yet. Right now, we're very much just fighting the brutes, because once the brutes are gone, it'll be just us and the wolves, ideally. Though at the moment we're more focused on just getting rid of Bat, because he's kind of been a pest this entire time. If anything, Bat's been more of an antagonist this game than anyone else has. Up to this point, at least. Yeah, if you haven't played Doctrine before, I would definitely recommend picking up the HD version. It's a very, very good gateway into the series. As is this game. This game is a really nice starting game for SMT because you have a lot of the SMT mechanics like press turns and the kind of weird skill names, but you also get the benefit of more traditional RPG elements, like not having to worry about recruiting demon, everything like that. And more flexibility with your growth system overall in this game. What has become the greatest route change since people started running this? Taking random encounters. The original route philosophy, like years ago, this was years before I started running the game. Oops, wrong floor. The original design, routing philosophy with this game was very much, you know, typical RPG, like we should avoid fighting encounters as much as possible and make do with what we can. This made a lot of fights very, very difficult and really scary, especially later on. And overall, a lot of boss fights ended up being very slow or very much a kind of a dice roll if you were actually going to win or not. So then, people were like, maybe we can change this by actually fighting encounters. So now we kind of have the route in the state that it is in, where we're fighting most encounters over the course of the game. in order to maximize our efficiency in dealing with encounters and bosses. Yeah, that's a big thing, is in Nocturne it is kind of easy to mess yourself up as far as the main character's skills. Whereas in this game, you can just kind of learn whatever you want, and if you don't have what you need, you can just grind more. Alright, so pretty soon we're coming up on probably the one of the more volatile mini-bosses in this entire game. Both. It was both slower and less consistent. Because think, you saw how much I was failing to run away from encounters like earlier without fast retreat. Even with fast retreat, you still can just fail to run away. Especially because at a lower level, that also means your agility is lower. Both your agility is lower and your, accuracy, magic accuracy. Just everything is just worse the lower level you are. So it makes you very likely to just get when you're going through here. When you're trying to do the game without encounters. If you ask anyone that's done a low-level run of this game, it's not quite that level of severe because you are taking some encounters, but overall it makes a lot of fights very, very unfun. So the route is both more pleasant. You're very likely to finish any run of this game. It is very difficult to make a run uncompletable in this, and you can still get a good time even with a lot of bad luck. And even though this game is still challenging for sure, even with random encounters, and there's a good amount of knowledge you have to know what to use against most enemies, it does make this run very comfortable. Yeah, I see a fan of Venom Fang in chat. I see you, Zerun. We having fun. We using Venom Fang. Alright, so upcoming, well, as soon as I deal with this encounter. I'm gonna run from this. This is kind of the worst encounter in this area. They all more or less cover each other's weaknesses, and so dealing with that fight is just not super particularly great. We will finally be using that noise that I picked up earlier. This fight is kind of spooky. Most of the fights in this game that are inconsistent are as such because we go second. And this is no exception. We have 3 Cheddar Skulls. They all use very strong physical skills that can crit. And there goes Gale. Alright, other than that, that wasn't too bad. So what we do here... Okay, that's fine. So Gale dying's a little unfortunate, but it's better than party wiping, which can very easily happen. So overall, making it out of that fight alive is quite nice. Yeah, Gale got a little destroyed, which is funny because we have life bonus on Gale, and we put the HP incense on Gale specifically so he wouldn't get completely annihilated in that fight. But hey, you know, he took 2 hits for us. So all was well. I haven't been paying attention to what Surf's AP currently looks like. I can check after this fight. Okay, it's alright. It's actually looking quite good. Again, running away from this encounter because it's kind of slow. Alright, I'm gonna eat one of these sheep. Good full heal. I'm about to hit up a heal terminal anyway, but getting a full heal saves me money, so that's kind of neat. Yeah, this game series is very, very good, especially if you're a fan of JRPGs in general, which I imagine people would be if they're watching this marathon right now. Nice. This game is very fun. Hi, Gil. This game is also minorly ridiculous at times. Oh, good. Good. This game is not easy, however. And, there is a community phrase called getting SMT'd, which is enemy acting on the first turn and you getting obliterated before you can really do anything. It happens. This game has its fair share of shenanigans, but we love it all the more for it. Yeah, DDS is definitely a very good entry point to the series, but it's also, rightly so, very much a spin-off, because it's not part of the main SMT series. Yeah, Surf got deleted there. Yeah, this series is very much a game of preparation. Which also gives it some nice replay value, because it's nice to be able to play through the game again, knowing what to expect. I'm actually going to take this because I want to see if I can master this mantra before the sweep. I think definitely overall in the series, SMT4 has a lot of has some of the most like, oh surprise you're dead moments. Fortunately with SMT4 you can save anywhere you want. Alright, whatever, I'll deal with it. Is this gonna put me under... Or is, it is, but no, I don't want to risk it. It does have all end it thus. Dream is you're done. You don't have anything new either. Alright. So time for another potentially inconsistent mini-boss. I should be able to get away with only one Devour with Surf here. I'm gonna go for 2 anyway, though. Alright, these are Squeakies. They're doing Oh, nice! Cielo dodged. So Cielo being an agility character does mean he has slightly higher evasion rate than everyone else, which is really nice when you have enemies that go first and like to just kind of kill you. So, good guy Cielo here, dodging for us so I don't die. And from this point on, we're fine. I have Void Ice, so if they decide to use Bufudine or Mabufudine, then I'm protected from it, and they lose their turn like so. Firebomb, hopefully it lands anything. It does, so I can devour the Squeaky here. This is a bit overkill. I think only 1 devour would have been fine. But better safe than sorry. Which is a better starting point. Nocturne is definitely the easier one to get, especially at this point now that it's available in HD. I personally think I like 4 more, honestly. 4 is one of my favorite games of all time. So I'm a little biased towards SMT4 between those two, but they're both honestly very good starting points. Alright, we now have Miragion on Surf, so haha, fire go bird. You thought I was killing everything with fire before. Oh, just wait and see. I say as I immediately am about to get deleted by this encounter. Nice. What do I think of Apocalypse? I think it's alright. Gameplay-wise, it's objectively better than 4, but I enjoyed some of the quirks in 4's mechanics more than I enjoy stuff in 4A. But this story also has its moments in 4A of being a little interesting. But yes, they're both 3DS games, which is what makes them a little bit harder to get into nowadays. Thank you, Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. Alright, so now we're gonna go for Augidine. So the Dine, which is the tier 3 damage skill, all of the Dine skills in this game also come with the added benefit of having Amp, the Element Amp skill, attached to them, where Boost boosts the damage from that elephant damage, perfect. The element damage by 25%, Amp boosts it by 50, and they stack. So not only are we going to be getting a much more powerful fire spell, we'll also be getting something that boosts all of our fire spells by what will be a combined total of 75%. It's quite good. Yeah, we love our elephant damage. The damage is just that big. We do so much damage, it's like comparable to that of an elephant. And that's a lot of damage. Yeah, we're also very quickly approaching maximum magic for Surf. So overall, lots and lots of pain is about to be inflicted by Surf. As you can see, we're getting there. Yes, both SMT4 and 4A are on the eShop, and they do go on sale fairly regularly. They were on sale for, like, very cheap recently with the Golden Week sale that they had. Has to fight. Yeah. Lost and I have a very interesting history with each other, so much so that there is an emote with my face and the Lost status. to show how well acquainted I am with the lost status in SMT 4 and 4A. Spooky. Okay, we're good. Alright, we are almost done with this dungeon. This is also one of the longer dungeons in the game. We are very close to the end. There are only 8 bombs we placed. We just placed the 8th bomb. So now our goal is to get back to the entrance of the dungeon so that we can confront that. And there's our first stomachache of the run. There you go. And there we have it. That's what stomachache looks like. Gale goes to Ogre. Fun fact, that is Gale's second to last mantra. Of course, and if anyone in chat has any questions about the run, about the game, I am more than happy, or even about like running games in the series in general. I run a lot of SMT games. I am more than happy to answer them because especially with the next dungeon, we have a lot of very comfy walking and fighting encounters. So, more than happy to help answer any questions people may have. Alright, so here on this balcony we need to eat some birds. Which run is smoother, 1 or 2? DDS 1. DDS 2 has a lot of, DDS 2 has some consistency issues with some of the boss fights. There's a large number of boss fights in that run that either go super, super well or you just die. Also, DDS 2 kind of becomes Tentarafu the video game after a certain point, which isn't bad, it's just a lot of the fights are very much, random encounters are Tentarafu, and then boss fights can be either really easy or really hard. Alright, here's second bird. What is my opinion of Strange Journey? I think it's a good game. I enjoyed Strange Journey. I think it has one of the least enjoyable final bosses in the entire series, but the game itself is really good. There we go. Okay, devouring 2 birds there to give us a head start on learning Fire Emperor. That's all I was doing. What is the easiest time save for new runners? Navigation. Navigation is a very, very big deal for these runs. Like, your time can be made or broken by it. I mean, it depends on if you've played the game or not. If you have not played the game before, I think it's completely worth it. That is not correct either. There we go. Turns out setting up party order is quite difficult. Like, I think it's worth it, but jury's kind of out on that one. Yeah, definitely navigation. Navigation and adaptivity, and adapting, like, remembering what to do against every encounter. Which is something that you get as you just run the game more, but definitely spending less and less time sitting thinking, okay, how do I deal with this encounter, helps a lot with lowering your time. Alright, time for Camazotz 3. The final confrontation with our friend Bat here. This fight is either going to be really easy or really difficult, depending on what he decides to do. Oh, good start so far. Alright, so Magni Bomb. Hot. Magni Bomb. I need to pop up on Magni Bombs later. Bomb. Magni Bomb. This game does have a very high encounter rate. That's kind of a staple of the series. Nocturne has the same encounter rate that this game does. The thing with the encounter rate is that it's very variable. There is not a floor to how many steps you can take minimum between encounters. So because of that, one-turn encounters can happen a decent bit. Alright, well, he's doing the obnoxious thing. He can turn you into bats, which gives you a wind weakness, also makes you really weak. And he also has a weird little AI quirk that he might show off right now. Okay, never mind, we're safe. Alright, we're fine. There is going to be a little bit of concern there if he turns Surf into a bat, because there's a, he has a bit of a quirk in his AI where if he turns your entire party into bats, he doesn't guard, and you just kind of die in that case. But hey, we win. But yeah, there is no minimum to your encounter rate in this game. So you can get, like, back-to-back-to-back encounters sometimes. At the same time, though, there is a very high ceiling for encounters. Alright, we defeated Bat, we blew up the boat. So, in contrast, you can have really high encounter rates sometimes. Other times, you'll go, like, very long periods of time with no encounters. It just really depends.
We could share the same fate as them.
So that's why I like to say the encounter rate is incredibly variable, because yes, it can get quite ridiculous, as I've demonstrated several times this run, but it can be very, very low, which is actually kind of a bad thing in this speedrun to some extent. Because if you end up getting no encounters during the course of the game, you end up not having what skills you need learned in time, and that can be bad, because then you have to grind later.
What's the point then?
Yeah, these runs are very much at being able to adapt. Like, the difference between a really good runner... Like, the difference between a pretty good runner of these games and a really good runner of this game is your ability to adapt to when things don't go well. Because we have strats and essentially scripted out most of these boss fights, but a lot of the fights in the game have the ability to just go completely off rails if they want to. So the ability to actually adapt to what's happening quickly is really one of the big skills that you have to just learn as you play these games. Alright, so here in this cutscene, we get some tension forming in the group. Heat is very, very jealous about the fact that Sarah kind of likes Surf a lot, because he also likes her. And so Heat decides to be kind of a bit of a jerk, being an understatement. But fortunately, the group gets back before anything bad happens. And then we get a message that apparently the wolves have been defeated. While we were busy killing Bat and taking out a chunk of the brutes actually attacked the headquarters of the wolves and defeated them. So the wolves are gone now, it's just us and the brutes. However, immediately afterwards, we get a message from Lupa, the leader of the wolves, stating that he wants to meet with us here in Svadhistan. So now we're gonna go meet with Lupa. Selling these things, even though they don't sell for very much, I'm getting rid of them because I don't like them being in my inventory. Because it slows down my menuing when I have to menu through more stuff, so I get rid of them, even though it only sells for like 50. Alright, so we get the ability to buy Astoma Sprays. We will buy 2 of them, and we might not even use both of them. Also going to buy 11 wild cards here. 11... How many Magni Bombs do I have? I have 3. I'm going to buy 1 more. Buy 11 Disc Stones, 11 medical kits, and 11 hero rations. Alright. So because we're going through the first dungeon, again, we actually can use a stoma to get rid of these encounters. This will be the only time in the game that ends up being true. Also, we're now going to be using our main party that we'll be using for most of the rest of the game. Alright, Heat goes for Kichijo. Anyone else need anything? No. I'll save here. Yeah, these games are really good about having giving you enemy configurations where they actually cover each other's weaknesses, which is kind of cool to see. It can be a bit of a pain to figure out how to work with, but that's actually, it's part of the charm and difficulty in the games is figuring out encounters. Yes, buffs stack 4 times in DDS1. In DDS2, buffs only stack 3 times. That's, I think, the first game in the series that introduced that. But DDS1 maxes at 4. Yeah, DDS1 still uses 4 buff max. DDS2 is 3 buff. Yeah, so Lupa's here. Lupa is like, hey, so we surrender to you on the condition that you have to kill Varen, who's the leader of the Brutes. He also tells us that the wolves were defeated by Varen single-handedly. That Varen by himself was strong enough to destroy the entire clan of the wolves. And the wolves up to this point were the strongest of the 6. So that's kind of spooky. But, yeah, Lupa surrenders to us. He's like, hey, I'll clear a way ahead, I'll sacrifice myself so that you can sneak in through the tunnels. Because he also reveals to us that the way that he was able to, is it a percentage? I'm not entirely sure. By the time you get 4 buffs, by the time you have 4 buffs stacked, it ends up being your stats are doubled. But it's not a clean, 25% each time. There's some variance in the percentages. It is percentage-based, because again, once you have 4 stacks, it is a ×2 increase to your damage, / whatever that stat is. I'm not going to devour this dude because I don't want to risk a... But it is percentage, yes. And then it doubles at max, but the intervals between each buff are not even. Yeah, 4 times Rakukaja is half damage, exactly. So 4 times Rakukaja plus 4 times Tarunda, you're taking a quarter the damage. Roughly, give or take. Again, it's not clean intervals. Yeah, exactly. 3 to 4 feels bigger than the other intervals do. So it's not clean intervals. You're definitely rewarded for buffing all the way as opposed to just stopping after a certain point. Arasu's asleep. I believe DDS2's buffs work the same. I'm not actually sure on all the technical stuff. Mothman, by the way. Forgot to point it out the last time, but we got the legendary Mothman gracing us with his presence. Unfortunately, he is ambushing us, because I would like to fight Mothman, because Mothman gives really good AP. But so is life. Doctrine has some of the strangest formulas I think I've ever seen in an RPG. Like, if you go really deep into, like, the specs of the game, which I won't here because, of course, it's a marathon run and lots of nitty-gritty technical stuff, but if you actually look at the actual formulas, can you please land Devil Feast, please? I would really appreciate it. If you look at the nitty-gritty stuff with the game, there is a lot of very strange things in the formulas. Well, so, it's not missing a hit against a sleeping enemy, it's missing an insta-kill on a sleeping enemy. So if you use Devil Feast, which is a low-odds instant-kill attack, then you have an increased chance of hitting the enemy if they are asleep or inflicted with any sort of ailment. However, it's still not guaranteed. It's about a 50-50. I don't know the actual numbers. I like saying 50-50, though. You have a pretty good chance of landing it. However, sometimes you just miss, like, 5 Devil Feasts in a row, and it's fine. Hey, there's legitimately a skill in this game that gives you a 100% dodge rate when you're asleep. And believe it or not, that ability is actually essential to beating the super boss of this game. Like, the thing is I do tend to hit with that more often than not. So I say it's a 50-50, but again, who knows? Like I said before, everything's a 50-50. It either happens or it doesn't. Yeah, it's not essential, but it is, it's kind of better than the alternative. Because you can use Close Call instead of Null Sleep for Demi-Fiend. Yeah, exactly. It's a coin flip, but the coin might have a couple of different sides. We might be talking about, like, instead of a coin, we might be talking about, like, a D4 or something. Yeah, you can make the Demi-Fiend fight work with Close Call instead. It's just Close Call's a little bit more risky than Null Sleep. Yeah, they're both equally pretty risky, but you need one of the two to survive. So there's a skill called Null Sleep, but it doesn't do what you think it does. So the ability that prevents you from being inflicted with sleep is Null Nerve. The ability Null Sleep just gives you a 100% evasion rate when you are asleep. It's a very deceptively named skill. Sometimes it's a D20 and you need it to fall. Yeah, and that's the thing. Close Call only works once per character. Like, having both is good and is ideal. That's the other thing. Close Call also sets you to human form. There's a lot of little things that go into that fight. Fortunately, that fight is easy enough to exploit to make it not horrible, but it's still pretty bad. Yeah, arbitrary naming systems. Honestly, I think it's probably a translation thing, but I have no idea what the skill is called in Japanese. So. Hey, it's Resvelger. Perfect. Herb. Oh, that's sad. Oh, goody. Oh, goody! Well, this'll be fun. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Neat. Can someone break out of their ailment, please? Alright, yeah, make the bird hit me harder. Perfect. That's exactly what we need right now. Oh. Never mind. Oh, yeah, I'm dead. Yeah, I'm dead. Cielo, he's gonna do nothing. Oh, now he's out, but he's dead now. Yay! It's just avoid sleep. Hey! There we go, that's our first death. That was fun. So when Hunting Betrayal starts playing, I mean, he got what he wanted. He finally got rid of Surf. I mean, it's a win for him. He then proceeded to die himself, but, you know, it's fine. It's not unusual for deaths to be in these runs. Like, for example, World Record has 2 deaths in it, one of which is really, really costly. Actually, both of which are kind of costly. So deaths in these runs are very, very common. And again, that was like right here. That was a very quick death. Like, the death itself was slow, but as far as getting back to where I was, I'm already caught up with where I was, so. Yeah, the strat that the 100% speedrun uses for that fight is you run Pixie out of MP. Oh, nice Hama. And not quite yet. Let's Gichigo. Nice vitality. Quickly set Null Panic onto Heat. No, so Devil Feast gives you, is an insta-kill move that's a hunt skill. What hunt skills do is they allow you to funnel all of the AP or Atma points from an encounter from an enemy into one person. In addition to getting a bonus for getting the Devour. Hey, we finally have Augudine, nice. Alright, time for damage to kind of explode. So I gave this is one of the other dungeons that seems very intimidating to navigate if you're first getting into the game. The navigation tip I usually give people is follow the trail of dead bodies. Oh, there we go, he said the line. Which sounds like a weird tip, but it is actually the correct way to navigate this dungeon. Yep, the collector of butts is once again up to his antics. Alright. We have not seen our boy yet, sadly. I'm getting kind of sad. I need some of our boy to grace this run. You go for Raxus. I speedrun primarily SMT games. I also run the first 2 games in the East series, and I run Dragon Quest XI. But for the most part, the runs that I do are generally are within the SMT series. What do you focus next after maxing magic? Vitality. Because that affects physical defense and maximum HP. So really all Surf needs now that he can just kind of blow everything up is he just needs to not die. Because as you can see, his HP is a little low. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, Vitality is the secondary stat for us. Yeah, for those of you that don't know who I'm talking about when I keep talking about ya boy, there is a rare encounter in this game called, his name is Omoikane. He's basically like a floating brain. That's a kind of similar to Metal Slimes in this game in a way, where it's a special encounter, has its own little music, and they're very difficult to kill. In fact, they're basically impossible to kill until you're in the post-game. But they can show up at any point throughout the game. And it's basically a wasted encounter and some wasted time because you have to... They have text associated with them, and then they cast Debilitate. Then you have to try to run away from them. But at the same time, it's also kind of exciting to run into them because they're a rare encounter. Yeah, they're basically flying brains with tentacles and lots of eyes. So it's very, very fun to call out whenever they show up. And so, like, a year ago, I started yelling, "Yo, it's ya boy," whenever they showed up in anyone's run or in my own runs. So hopefully we get to see one, because it's quite lovely. They're very fun enemy to run into, because they bless the run. It's like seeing a new in Chrono Trigger. I'm actually going to run back and grab new mantras. Where it does, like, absolutely nothing at all for the run except boost morale. Which is also important. Okay, now you go for Viraja. Gale. I have enough money for Violent God? Alright, this is Gale's final mantra he is getting now. Heat is on his second to last mantra, and Surf still has a couple left. He has like 4 or 5 mantras left he has to get. Like I said, giving Surf the freedom to devour more stuff is really nice because he has so many more mantras he has to do. He has so many other mantras he has to learn than everyone else. Exactly, morale is very important. Depends. I think the most Omoikanes I've ever seen in a run is like 6 or 7. The least I've seen is 1. I don't know if I've probably gone a run without a single Omoikane. It was a sad day. I don't remember though. I feel like you usually see 1. You get into enough encounters, you're likely to get it. All right, this is an interesting configuration we got going on here. Also, we got our friend Mizuchi, the water snack. Yeah, in order to actually be able to kill an Omoikane, you basically need the strongest, ammo in the game, which you only get from beating one of the game's super bosses. I don't know why I grabbed the save point, whatever. Muscle memory is, definitely a thing. In DDS2, they worked very differently, where it's kind of like a roulette sort of thing, where you see 5 of them, each one has a different elemental weakness. And if you guess their elemental weakness correctly, then you get a ton of EXP and money and AP and stuff. They're super worth it in DDS2, and they're very exciting to run into in that game. Like, if you can get a pack of 5 Omoikanes in a run, you're sitting pretty. Oh, nice stomach ache. Oh, never mind, it's Fornius. Hi, Fornius. Fun fact, you do not want to use Augidine on Fornius. For some reason, Fornius repels fire in this game. And that's a fun mistake I've made a couple of times. You think Surf hurts enemies, wait till you see what he does when you accidentally bounce a fire attack onto himself. Is there a trick to the DDS2 ones? It's completely random. There are ways that you can make yourself more likely to get all of them. For example, if you use an Impel Stone, which is a DDS2 exclusive item that gives you a bunch of press turns. Oh yeah, Berserko Moikanes are really rude. I've had that happen before. It's really sad. Yeah, the DDS2 ones, basically, if you have an Impel Stone, you can give yourself more opportunities to guess the correct one. But they are completely random. There are 5 configurations of them, though. Like, if you can guess one of them, then the remaining 4 will always be in the same spots, based on where that one is. There, you can look up the list. It's on GameFAQs. It's pretty easy to find. GameFAQs and IGN both have it. So once you can figure out one Omoikane, it's very easy to guess the rest of them, as long as you have the turns to do so. Alright, time for Z-Boss. Give myself life bonus, give myself a little bit extra survivability, and here we go. Yo, awesome. Always glad to meet some other Arizona folks. Okay. Alright, this next fight is either really, really easy or kind of a pain. It depends on if Cerberus wants to be a good boy or not. So this is Lupa. He's really mad. And he wants to, politely ask us to, get in his belly. We, however, would not like to get in his belly and realize that as a puppy he has not been housebroken, so we're going to assist in that. So, you know how we just got, like, a super, super powerful fire skill and now he can do tons of damage? This is the first boss after that point, and he's completely immune to fire. Great routing. Also, Magni Bombs are also known as Lagni Bombs when you play the PS3 version. I promise my system is not about to explode. Yeah, there's an FAQ for it. It's very convenient, yeah. I promise whenever you see this animation that my PS3 is not on the verge of exploding. Despite what it may look like, it's fine. Okay. Alright, so we get to do more math. Alright, that was on the middle head, 255. Alright, now we start throwing wild cards, which do not have the same lag effect. Alright. So I need to remember 255. Alright, one of the heads is down. The way this fight works is we want to take down... No, cat cutscene's not yet. Cat cutscene's after this next dungeon. Alright, so I need to do 255 to the middle head. Alright, 124. One more Zionga will do it. I need to kill the middle head, and there's Phlegathon, where he yeets himself at us. You'll notice that I'm using Surf for this fight. Older Roots did not used to do this, and then we realized Void Fire just kind of protects us from the dangers of using Surf on a fight that spams almost exclusively fire attacks. Oh, nice. Alright, well, this just got interesting. He should be fine. Hopefully I kill him right here, otherwise this will be a very, questionable circumstance. Alright, we're fine, never punished, never worried. Easy fight, easy life. Ignore the fact that he's dead. That fight doesn't give us any AP anyway. Again, we don't eat Lupa, so we aren't getting AP from him. Yeah, that's Cerberus. So we find out there that the reason, Lupa went crazy is because Varen actually has gained a cheat code, essentially. He has gained a special ability to inflict uncontrollable hunger upon his enemies. So even though Lupa normally was very mild-mannered, really hated the fact that he was having to hurt people, etc., he had a run-in with Varen, and suddenly he was quite ravenous, attacked indiscriminately, etc., wanted everyone dead. So now we know that that's how Varen was able to single-handedly kill all of the wolves, was he basically had them turn against each other. So now we have made it to the hideout of the brutes. This is the second to last dungeon in the game. And it's another really good dungeon. Yeah, it's basically the power of hangry. It makes everyone so hangry they just kind of lash out at each other. Joe. Everyone's mantra's looking really good. Cryo sleep, that would work. Yeah, and Ajna has a very, very good song. I believe it's called Home Sweet Home, is the name of this song. Very good track. Alright, so with this area, you have three kind of sections you have to clear. You have 3 orbs in the main area, and you have to beat a mini-boss for each orb. This first one is Isis. The gimmick with Isis is that she likes to spit whatever element of magic that you use against her back at you. She also summons reinforcements, and when she brings out 3 reinforcements, then she will, well... So what's supposed to happen is she'll bring out 3 reinforcements, and then she'll start comboing into, like, Miragidyne and stuff. Sometimes her AI breaks, like what just happened there, and she'll forget that she's supposed to summon reinforcements. We don't know why this is the case, but sometimes her AI just breaks, and like right there, it broke. It's a little unfortunate because we get less experience and Atma points for not killing 3 of them, but whatever. We My AP and stuff is in a pretty good spot already, so I'm not worried. Also, shoutouts to Raiju. Raijus are cool. They're also an endangered species by the end of the 100% run. In the DDS 100% run, we split our grinding up between New Game and New Game Plus because of a lot of very technical reasons associated with how the game divvies out experience or divvies out money. He's having a very bad time. This is what happens when your magic stat is really bad. So we actually farm Raijus for about 4 hours in the DDS, like 3-4 hours in the DDS 100% run in the New Game section. Raijus in Raido Episode 1 are terrifying. Yeah, it's not unusual for Heat to get just kind of destroyed during this bit. Demi-Fiend is quite a difficult fight. Like, there's exploits you can do to make the fight less spooky, but the fight itself is still quite difficult. Especially if you're doing it at the end of a 30-hour speedrun and you're super, super tired, but you have to focus on a really complex boss fight. I can assure you, it's definitely an experience. Speaking of, I might be doing one of those runs in the next month or two, so if you want to see what all the hype about DDS 100% is, then you can stay tuned to that. Took how to be cheap lessons from bosses in his own game. True. Yeah, Satan in DDS 2 is honestly worse than Demi-Fiend, but he's less known because he's kind of harder to get to. Because there's a number of very specific things you have to accomplish in order to fight him. Yo, yeah, the run is going well. We're having a good time, having fun. Oh, so we have this table here. If you interact with the table, once you get an odd morsel, it asks you if you want to reach even more, and you get a Soma. Somas are the single strongest healing item in the game, by the way. They heal your entire party to full HP and MP restore on your whole party, and you just get one for free there. Yeah, for the Satan fight in DDS2, you have to play on hard mode, and you have to beat the other super bosses in the sun, which have a rare drop requirement behind them. So getting to that boss is quite challenging, and then he's a doozy of a boss fight to deal with. Okay, I did, Adamant, you go for Kichijo, which is good because I need Adamant done before Nidhogger, and we're actually right at that boss. Cielo is already ahead in Monsters anyway, so we're fine. This route is actually very much similar to, yeah, it either requires a clear save from DDS 1 or a New Game Plus save in DDS 2. Yeah, phase 3 of that fight is absolutely atrocious. Not to mention, you have to kill him in one turn after a certain point, otherwise he just throws out a Diarahan and you have to start the fight over after, 40 grueling minutes of already dealing with the fight. Alright, so, these are the wormy boys. They are the very small wormy boys right now. If I were to leave multiples of them alive at any point, they would become the slightly larger wormy boys. My goal is to prevent that from happening by continuously blowing them up. The one in the middle is the only one that's like the actual boss. But he will continuously summon more of them until we deal with him. Right here, I'm just gonna full send explode him. He might cannibalize one of the one on the left, but that's not that big of a deal because he'll basically be dead anyway. Never mind, he's dead. And now it's just a matter of exploding the last two. And there you go. Alright, now we have max magic. Oh, we didn't get it. So there's a fun little oversight in this game. So occasionally when you level up, you can get a random bonus point into any stat. Random stat, chosen at random. Random. But the game doesn't check what your stats are, or what stats you put into your level when it decides to award the point. So, this has happened multiple times, by the way. You can max your magic generally against that fight, and then suddenly the game decides, oh, let's give you a bonus point of magic. And so you end up with 99 plus 1 magic. this doesn't do anything, mind you. There is no benefit to having 99 plus 1 magic. In fact, it doesn't even show up after that little interaction there. But it's just kind of funny. You're like, yo, we have gone even further beyond. Alright, gotta do a quick menu here. I need to set Rakukaja over Hama, and then I need to set Void Death. Where's Void Death? Void Death is near the top. Void Death over Charakaja. Yeah, now we have 99 magic. So now we will go from being a magical glass cannon to just a magical cannon. Eventually. I am so glad they're deciding to use Bolt Flare instead of spamming Mesiodyne. It certainly feels that way. You feel yourself powering up. You want to do a little bit of a epic power yell, you know, as one does when they're speedrunning JRPGs. Also, yeah, Surf's magic defense is really good. Oh yeah, the battle transition in this game is quite nice. Yeah, Surf's magic defense is pretty good. He takes less damage from Agidyne, which is his weakness. Heat does, and Heat resists fire, and Surf is weak to it. And it's been like that for a while, and it's only become, the situation has only become even more exacerbated as we've gone. Alright, so this is Ketublapass. Ketublapass is, it's a camel that's also, I think, supposed to be a warthog that smells really bad. This is the deep lore on Ketublapass, by the way. Some European explorer went to Africa, saw, I think, a warthog, never knew what it was before, and decided to write this deep lore about how the Ketublapass, or that it was a Ketublapass, some mythical creature that had a stench so bad that it could clear forests, and that looking into its eyes would kill a man. And that is the deep lore on Ketublapass. Why do I give deep lore on Ketublapass? Because he's like my least favorite enemy in this entire game. Also, yeah, Ketublapass is a pretty typical Dungeons & Dragons enemy as well, that have death rays. And that was Ketublapass. Ketublapass becomes a random encounter during the final dungeon of the game, and they're absolutely terrifying. Because, not pictured, the reason I was using Void Death every single turn, A, it protected against Stone Gaze, but they also have a, yes, Stone is technically Death Element, as is Curse. They're ailments, but they're technically Death Element ailments. They have an ability called Gate of Hell that is a physical ability with a death attribute to stone your entire party. If your entire party gets inflicted with stone, then you game over. As you can guess, that's kind of not a great thing. Especially when it's inflicted on your entire party, one step away from the point where you no longer get random encounters in the final dungeon, right in front of the final boss. Not that that's happened to me or anything, but let's just say Ketublapass and I have a sordid history. Also, it's fun to say Ketublapass over and over again. Ketublapass, Ketublapass. Alright, onward to the boss. Alright, so we're purposely going the wrong way here because it actually warps us closer to where we're supposed to be going. Is the S silent? I always say Katoblapass. I don't know if that's technically how it's pronounced, but that's how I say it.
Come on, your ass is mine.
Ah, yes. One more set of booties claimed by Heat. It's too late to leave the light. Alright. So we get to use Gale for another fight. He is not gone forever. Force Repel over Matera. You get Force Repel over Zanma. Alright. Time to fight Varen, or as he has started, forcing us to call him Colonel Beck. He is a squirrel. He's also an invisible squirrel. We have to guess where the invisible squirrel is. There are 6 locations he can possibly be. So I'm guessing 1, and then I'm guessing 3, because after 2 turns, Sarah will start giving you hints as to where he is. So I leave a slot open on the left side in case he decides to be, in case he's not on the left, and so I'm not wasting a hint. So she says, I think I can feel his presence. He is in the center or to the right, not to the left. So because I didn't attack this slot, I know he's not in here. So he's either in 4, 5, or 6. So let's try 4. He's not in 4. Unfortunate. Also, I'm trying to buff myself to +3 defense. I don't want to go +4 because he'll Dekage me, which removes all my buffs. Yeah, it's like Ratatosker, except his name is Ravana. Yes, I am aware he is on the right somewhere, Sarah. Thank you. Okay, he's in 6. Yeah, the longer the fight goes, like, eventually still starts telling you specifically where he is. Like, oh, he's second from the right. But, yeah, it's like Ratatosker, but because it's Hindu it's Hinduism, he's Ravana. Okay, he is in 4. Let's ration here really quick. Oh, trust me, this isn't the last of Sarah being helpful. Yes, I'm aware. Thank you. Right. Make sure I'm healing to full. So this is just phase 1. Phase 2 is a lot more. Alright. Squirrel down. So he now evolves. He evolves from a squirrel into a, He evolves from a squirrel into toothpaste. He's a big fan of proper hygiene. And now he's going to use his, super scary attack on us. That, made everyone go crazy. AoE spells do not work on that fight now. Alright, Hunger Wave. It will hit between 0 and 3 of my party members. It hit 2. And they become completely uncontrollable. Thankfully, we have Sarah to help us in this fight, where she will pick 1 random party member, except for Surf, every single turn and save them. Why do I say except for Surf? Because I have the worst luck ever, and she never rescues Surf unless he's the only target. Alright, so I have to lose a little bit of damage here so I can keep Force Repel up. So he's gonna Hunger Wave again. This is scripted. That's unfortunate. And Infinite Wind. That's why I'm keeping up Force Repel. Infinite Wind does a lot of damage. And she saves Cielo. It feels like she likes saving Cielo the most, and then Surf the least, which is funny because in the story she has a crush on Surf. You know, it's fine. I'm not bitter. Alright, we're gonna throw a magic mirror here because, Oh, and then, of course, he responds by using Megidola. Neat. There we go, Agudine. Alright, please save Surf. Wow, she actually saved Surf! Color me impressed. Don't kick Surf, please. Alright. Interesting. I don't like throwing that magic mirror, because it's better used as a backup against... Oh, nice. The magic mirror is better used as a backup in case a fight later on in the game goes bad. The problem... Okay, I can just kill him. I don't need to worry about being defensive. I can just kill him here. Because he dies in 2 Augudines after his health turns red. The last Augudine put his health into red, and so this Augudine... That Augudine did damage. This one will kill him. And there we go. That's Ravana. But ideally there's a boss later I would have rather saved that for, but better to use it than to die. Alright, so there's a bunch of plot going on that I'm skipping, but I get my last bathroom break of the run here, so I will be right back. Enjoy the cat cutscene, Shiner, and everyone else.
You? Hey, wait. I knew that didn't make sense. That was the first cat that I ever saw. So then how did I know what it was?
That is not...
Alright, so to explain what's going on in the plot here,
children,
other than
parents.
cats,
And yet,
when we were fighting
these things exist in the
Varen,
junkyard.
Ravana, Colonel Beck, he revealed to us that in reality, we're actually all in a computer, essentially.
Now we're like this?
Everyone is, we are all basically in the Matrix. The junkyard is a digital world that's built, that was constructed to build the perfect super soldier.
I don't know. You know I ain't
Also
that
to
smart.
test the demon virus to allow people in the real world to have access to transforming into demons and stuff. So he reveals that we were all people who were on Earth, which is actually Nirvana, is the real world. We were all people on Earth who were involved in some sort of horrible cataclysm that apparently Surf is responsible for. It's not revealed why or how, but he's responsible for it. There was a huge cataclysm thing, we all died, and now here we are as artificial intelligences in the junkyard. And the Hunger Wave ability that... The Hunger Wave ability that Ravana had was actually given to him by Angel. If you remember Angel from the very beginning of the game. Who's kind of the person who's in charge of everything going on in the junkyard. Alright, how's my... I didn't pay attention to what my AP was looking like at the end of that fight. However, we have now conquered the junkyard. We have won. Oh, also, by the way, for any moderators and questing for Glory staff, there's about 50 minutes left in the run. Just to make y'all aware. Because this is the final dungeon. It's a really long final dungeon, but this is the final dungeon. Because we won. Now the last thing we have to do is ascend to Nirvana, whatever that means. I forgot to put Gale in my party. Or I forgot to put Dean in my party, rather. Yeah, there's a one of the cutscenes that I skipped before the boat dungeon, where Beck was being very angry. It shows a flashback of him talking to Angel and revealing he remembers what's going on and stuff. Yeah, so now we have to climb the tower. It's going to take us a hot minute to climb the tower. Yeah, I'm kind of not surprised I'm having to take an extra turn because I messed up. Alright, forgot to menu. That's fine. Fun fact, this Impale skill you see them using isn't physical, it's actually force damage. I say this because you think it's physical damage, but it does a lot less damage to Surf than everyone else. Alright, let's actually set my party correctly, now that I've remembered that that's a thing I have to do. Goes over Hama. That goes over Mazionga. This goes over Vileblade. Alright. Because Colonel Beck got his memories back. Also, people are awaking to their memories. Like, that's why people are waking up to their personalities. Because they were created as robots. Also, headphone warning, this next sound effect is very lovely. Everyone's waking up to their personalities because they were originally AIs, but they apparently have inherited the souls of other people, of real people. Also, Sarah is the creator of the Junkyard as well. The entire Junkyard is a digital world that she herself created. And she got her memories back, and now so she's going to confront Angel alone, and doesn't want us going with her because she remembers everything that happened that caused the cataclysm. Alright. So here's a fun thing. The guards outside the Karma Temple had the boss fight music. These guards have the mini boss music, but they're the same. They have the same stats. The fights are the exact same, just slightly less dramatic music. We joked that the ones on at the outside were actually a day from retiring, so they got special music. Whereas these ones are like your regular, you know, hourlies. Alright. Gale is done with his mantras. Neat. No, I want you to have full health. Alright. A digital demon saga. Hello, hello, hello. Run is going pretty well. We are on 1 death so far, but it was a pretty good death overall. Or, it was a relatively fast death. Overall, though, run is going quite well. A mailer demon poster worker to rude emails. It's like the same fate as the people that get the demon virus and they become slimes. It's like, well, this is a lot less cool than I was hoping it was going to be. Yeah, she walks very, very slowly. For sure. Alright, time for Vasky. That one time I was reincarnated as a slime, exactly. Little did you know that was actually based off of the events of this game. Alright, so this is Vasky. She's weak to fire, like a lot of other things. And this is to our benefit. So she has a really, really scary ice attack that she will not use if she detects void ice on our party, so that will be used for our benefit. Also, Surf is going to die here. That's unfortunate. Let's see, wait, pass. That's one, and then that. Okay. Hooray, I can be kind of real. So I have to have void ice up every single turn, otherwise she just kind of kills me. Ideally, she doesn't use other rude things. She also can use Sonic Wave, which is a panic ability. Sonic Wave kind of like this. Sonic Wave, because everyone in the party now nulls panic, that's the best thing to see. Alright, let's quickly run that hit. There we go. Ideally, she just uses Sonic Wave every turn, because it just kills her turns. The Revolver Ocelot attack, exactly. And taunt for a second time, because I have to turn to. Perfect. Dickens is fine. It's probably gonna... That's fine, because we lost her fight anyway. There we go. Alright, so that went alright. I used to be of the naive belief that Vasky was the easiest boss in the game, and then she killed me one day on a really good run. And then the next run I was paranoid, so I saved and she killed me again. And so after that point, I have no longer held this belief in regards to the challenge of that boss fight. She definitely taught me a lesson about referring to bosses as free when you've first started running the game. I was also new at running the game, so I didn't know how to recover from the fight as well, which helps. Turns out, knowing how to recover from fights is kind of a useful tidbit of information to know. Is there any boss I have not lost a run to? I agree, though. I have not lost a boss to the first boss, or not lost a run to the first boss. Which is more than I can say about DDS2, where I think I once had a 5-run losing streak to the first boss. So Hayagriva has not killed anyone. That too hasn't either. Oh wait, no he has, but that was my fault because I forgot to do shopping. Rahu hasn't in the way that you would think. So there is a bug if you play this game on emulator, which for a while used to be the easier way to play the game because before we knew the PS3 version was the fastest version, because capturing PS2 games can be hard sometimes. There is a bug in the, if you try to play this game on emulator, where the game is very, very likely to crash when Rahu uses that attack that captures one of your party members, which he is scripted to do 100% of the time, by the way. There is a very high chance that the game will crash if you've been playing for a long time up to that point. And there's like 5 minutes of cutscenes before that boss fight. So back when I first started running this game, before I started running on console, I lost about half of my runs, at least, to just crash at that fight. That's why running games on console is very good when you're running newer games. Running on console tends to be preferred. I figured out a somewhat preventative measure for that if I were to run this on emulator again, which I wouldn't because PS3 is just better to run on. But yeah, it's always a very demoting thing, or demoralizing thing. To be like, well, I have a good run, I sure hope I don't just lose 10 minutes because the game decides to crash. I have lost runs to that as well. Yeah, this game does not run particularly stably on emulator. Yes. No, this is the PS3 store version. I am playing on the PS3 version, PS3 store version as we speak. Digital. I play digitally. My PS3 can't play disc. Or can't play PS2 discs. Yeah, crashes are like the worst way to just lose a run of anything. Yeah, it's also very hardware dependent, as are a lot of things. You know, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Either way, currently making our way through Karma Tower. Sarah sabotaged the elevator, which dropped us into the Sea of Milk, which is where we fought Vasky. Now we're having to climb our way up from negative altitude up to the very top of the tower. So the store version, and I showed this off at the very beginning of the run, when they were setting up the store version of this game, in the settings for the emulator itself that the PS2 or the PS3 uses to run PS2 games, they decided to by default set the VSync delay of this game to aggressive, or max, like the highest it possibly goes, which causes the entire game to run very, very slowly. Basically an entire, like, 5 or 6 FPS below what it's supposed to, and also have slowdown and all sorts of really bad things. However, it was discovered that we can actually access the settings for said emulator and turn that off, so the game actually runs like it's supposed to. And so now it's the fastest version because it has the PS2 version's frame rate. Nice stomach ache. Has the PS2 version's frame rate, but it also has the benefit of faster loads by being on a more powerful console. The caveat to running the game this way is that you are required to show yourself doing that at the beginning of every single run if you're playing the PS3 version. Because you can do some silly things with that, because you can actually set a negative VSync delay, and that actually makes the game run faster than intended. Which is fun. Okay, this is... I don't want Surf to devour this Titania because I don't want a stomachache again. Also, he needs a little bit more AP to master his mantra, so I'm trying to feed this to him. There we go. Oh, I actually was short. Sky Wizard. Alright, so now we're gonna have Heat obtain his final form. He has a very, very varied and interesting skill list, as you can see. It is Taunt and 7 passives. That is Heat's final setup for the rest of the game. It's a pinch faster, yes. It is faster to play this game with an SSD installed into your PlayStation 3. The difference is relatively minor for this game, though. In comparison to other games that have more of a benefit to it. Like, in a run like 100%, it would make a somewhat of a decent difference, but for something like any percent, it's not that big of a deal. Alright, so now we're getting into the first gimmick of this dungeon, which is sideways teleporters. So these lights that she just summoned will pull you either left, right, or down to the next area. So they're teleporters, but they're kind of predictable as to what they do, which is kind of neat. I actually really like the teleport mazes in this dungeon, because they're not just random teleporters, they generally have some sort of way you can kind of figure them out. I've also done this section a lot, so I just have it all memorized. I can double pass. Alright, so, believe it or not, Surf only has one more mantra he needs for the rest of the game, and it's technically optional, but for the sake of the marathon run, because it's very nice to have, like, even in world record attempts, I'd rather have this mantra than not have it, but for the sake of the marathon, I'm definitely going for it. We're going for the last mantra, which is Fire God. This mantra has Miragidyne and Fire Resist. A neat thing about this game is that the final mantra, the Ma-Dyne, for every single element, gives you the resist passive. So if you're playing this game casually, or even in the run in this case, something nice to do is to have all of your characters with elemental weaknesses go on the branch of the element that they are weak to and go all the way through that. So for Surf, it's all the way through fire. For Argilla, it's all the way through wind. Gale, all the way through electricity. Heat, all the way through ice. So that they can actually remove their elemental weakness entirely, which is really cool. Angry elephants. Very angry, dangerous, scary elephants. Yeah, the animation for the portals is pretty great. Also, I mentioned this earlier, but a lot of this, something cool this game does with his music is a lot of the area music builds up as you get through the dungeon. Coordinate 136 was the other good example of this. This is the best example of it, though. The song for this dungeon it's called Spider Silk, I believe. It's so good. It continuously builds on itself as you reach more checkpoints. I believe there's 5 variants of this song, 4 or 5 variants of the song throughout the entirety of the dungeon, and it just keeps building on itself to the point that when it gets to the final version, this song becomes, like, an absolute jam. Big fan. In general, I really like this dungeon. Other people that run this... Spider String, thank you. Yeah, it's Spider String. Spider String's second act. For those of you that there are other people that run the game. My brain went in a weird direction there. There are people that run this game that this is their least favorite dungeon in the game. I actually really like this dungeon. It's still very spooky, like it's an incredibly dangerous dungeon. You can die at almost any point. But I actually really enjoy this dungeon. It's a really good way to kind of close out the run. Also, make sure everyone's at full health. Do they resist damage as well, or doing... yes, they resist it entirely. Yes, they lose their weakness, and they resist it. So, for example, when Surf gets, when Surf learns Fire God, he'll go from taking almost no damage anyway to taking, like... I think, like, 5. He'll start taking, like, 5 damage from Miragidyne or something. It's quite ridiculous. This one. It's very easy to get turned around in here sometimes. Alright, I'm gonna go for this. This is probably not a great idea. Wow, I am having some real interesting luck with Devil Feast this run. Yes, Hama halves your HP. Hama on puts you down to 75% of your current, not your total. You cannot die to Hama, I'm pretty sure. If this is a world record attempt, I would 100% not be taking this encounter, by the way, but because it's not, might as well just take the safety of having all of the, of getting Maragidyne learned. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, maybe at 1 HP it can kill you. I think jury's out on that one. And by that I mean the fact that that's such a pain to set up that no one's bothered testing it. From what I know, no one has bothered to take the time to actually test that, because that would be a pain to set up. No, Mudo is an instant kill, still. Which is cool, because it differentiates them a little bit than just like, this is light insta-kill and this is dark insta-kill. Like, they actually do different things, which is neat. Alright, so you know how I said I was playing on the PS3 version of this game? Even with being able to turn off VSync delay, it's still not a perfect port. There's not supposed to be a wall there. I mean, like, there is a wall there. Clearly there is a wall there. I'm not supposed to know that there's a wall there. So the engine that this game uses is a modified variant of the engine they used to make SMT Doctrine. And the way that they handled transparency effects involves a lot of technical jargon and tricks in order to get them to work properly. The PS3 does not have the same hardware stuff as the PS2 does, obviously. So a lot of the effects are broken. So there's supposed to be invisible walls here that as you get closer to them become visible. In contrast, there's also supposed to be walls that appear to be real, but as you get closer to them, they vanish. So this area is supposed to be both a maze in the sense that it is very maze-like in design, but also you're not supposed to be entirely sure which walls are real and which ones are not real. This is kind of circumvented by the fact that the walls do not work. So, it's pretty neat. Hama does kill at 1 HP? Okay. Well, the more you know. We do that for the angel fight, or for the archangel fight early on. We want to devour both archangels, but there's no real way to facilitate that with fear or weakness, so we just put them at low HP instead. And then have Surf devour them with his, like, 5 magic stat. Oh boy, Lakshmi. So Lakshmi used to be the most terrifying enemy in the entire game in, like, early iterations of this route. Because they do the combination of Dormina into Calm Death. Calm Death is a skill that 100% without fail insta-kills anyone who's asleep. However, that was before we decided to turn Heat into an ailment robot. So now that Heat is an ailment bot, that is no longer an issue because he blocks both Dormina and Void and Calm Death. So any use of that will just cause them to lose their turns. Isis is a cool enemy to run into here because Isis is the highest level normal enemy in the game. By normal enemy, I mean there's these normal looking enemies, but then there's also large enemies that we've seen a couple of, like Tarask, for example. Isis is the highest level normal enemy in the game. There are higher level large enemies, the highest level enemy in the game being Arahabaki. But Isis is the highest level normal enemy, so she actually gives really, really good experience and AP. She also has a chance of dropping MP noises, which in this run aren't particularly useful, but in Hundo they're nice. Also, they can drop theory cells, which sell for a lot of money. Also really nice for Hundo. Yeah, we have Heat nulls every single non-death related ailment right now. So he nulls every ailment that isn't curse or stone. Yeah, routing-wise, it's more convenient for Heat. Because Heat auto-masters 2 mantras over the course of the game, thanks to leaving and re-entering the party, you're able to get a lot more utility mantras onto Heat. Also, because Heat's magic stat's terrible, he's not particularly good for a lot of other things. In the sense of the speedrun. Yes, Arahabaki drops Vitality. That is correct. Again, really big deal in, Hundo. Cielo becomes a secondary ailment tank. He just finished Illusion. So now I'm going to... I already had Kichijo on him, so he nulls Panic. He's going to get Vidyaraja, so he also nulls Charm. All that does for him, though, is it protects him from some shenaniganry with Vanity. Because, like, nothing in here inflicts Charm other than Nidhogger. Yeah, Giramakala gives HP and senses. Actually, I'd say Ongyoki is the worst, because Ongyoki's really rare, and he gives strength. Ongyoki gives strength incense, or strength noise. I'm used to the term incense, because that's what it is in every other SMT game. It's noise in this game, and it's data in DDS 2. Or the other way around. And so I usually just call them incense as a catch-all term. But yeah, farming on Yoki for strength and senses is really, really rough, because it's quite difficult to actually find on Yoki at any point. I think I can count on one hand the number of times I've seen on Yoki in a run. I was half a step from hitting that platform. Nice. Yeah, Omoikane is not too bad to kill. Once you have the Magatama bullet, it's not too bad to try to kill it. What does Revert do? So in human form, you can only use guns. You can't use your regular demon skills. You're also a lot weaker. You lose your element weakness, and you gain a nullification to Hama. But yeah, it reverts your character to human form, which does a bunch of different things. Overall, you're significantly weaker in your human form, though. Which is why enemies like that revert you to human form, because once you're in human form, you have less options to fight them, and it's a lot easier for them to kill you. Yeah, magic and luck are very easy to farm. Hey, it's Resvelger, again. The entire second half of the game, you can run into Resvelger, except in Ajna. Yo! It's your boy! Alright, run is blessed. We have ourselves a run. Okay. Menu. Marker Kaja over Void Ice. You get Zandine, Force Boost, Force Amp. Gale gets Tarukaja and Void Fizz. Party becomes Surf Cielo. No, Surf Cielo Gale. And make sure to Monton. Always Monton. And we are good to go. I'm gonna scroll down. My notes were all the way back in Ajna still. Make sure I did this menu correctly, because this is a very important one. Yes, I did, in fact. Awesome. Yeah, so this fight used to be the worst fight in the run. Fortunately, it is no longer that case, but it's still a pretty obnoxious boss fight. Also, we get to count to 5. Jatayu dies to 5 Zandines. Oh, also in the background, we were mastering Zandine. I didn't really mention that, but you need 2 elements to Dine level, really, to beat this game, because Jatayu nulls fire. Also, the final boss has a gimmick where you need to be able to have access to multiple elements or multiple forms of damage. So we have Zandine as our secondary. Alright, so Bird is being slow. Alright, we have to put up Void Death every single turn because of this. Oh, don't worry. If you like the Burbs, just wait and see. We get Burb times 2. Alright, please don't do that again. Neat! Oh, hey, it actually missed. Sometimes it really feels like Mudo has a higher hit rate than Mudun. Alright, this is Garuda. Garuda's the difficult one. Power Charge. This is why the fight used to be difficult. So we got this super expensive mantra on Gale called Violent God. What Violent God does is it gives an ability called Void Fizz. It's the exact same as all the other Void skills. It's just a higher level because a blanket nullification of physical skills is kind of powerful. Power Charge into specifically, if he uses Power Wave, would kind of just wipe my party or get really close to doing so. So having protection against that is very, very nice. This fight used to be one of the biggest run killers back when we didn't take encounters at all during the run. Neat. Neat. Okay. I'm going to use a Soma. Yeah, this fight used to be one of the big run killers, because if you did Power Charge and then immediately followed it up with Power Wave. Again, friendly reminder, the run was also significantly lower level at this point. That was an instant party wipe. And imagine getting, getting pretty far into a, at the time, 5-hour run, and suddenly just losing the run to a giant evil bird. Shoutouts to RPG Jerkbird. Fortunately, that fight is much less, much more tame now. Alright, setting back up to Devour. We are in the final stretch now. Jatayu and Garuda were the last fight before the last couple of bosses. We have one boss, and we have one boss that's right in front of the final boss, and the final boss left. We just have, We just have a last little stretch of dungeon crawling to do. Also, for those of you that were curious, world record just finished about 20 seconds ago. Just in case anyone was curious. RPG jerk snack. Alright, and this is the final variation of Spider String, by the way, once we can actually hear it. Before it was so rudely interrupted by these Catoblepass. Catoblepasses? Catoblepai? Silly looking camels. Is sub 4 possible? Probably not. My sum of best is a sub 4, but the amount of ridiculous things that would have to go right for that to happen is unrealistic at best. Also, there's the fact that in this game, a lot of times if you lose time on one split, it's in the name of saving time in a different split. My PB / world record with less trolling by the game could have easily been a 4:15, sub 4:15. I'd say anything under 4:10 would be absolutely insane with the current route. And like even the run that's the 4:18 was an insane run until it wasn't. And then it was just a crazy good run. So throughout this last little stretch here, I'm looking for 2 enemies in specific. I'm looking for Samael, and I'm looking for Horus. Both of these enemies can be Dream Haze Devoured, and they give a lot of AP to do so. And I really only need about 2 Devours, and I will have Fire God learned, and I can skip every single encounter for the rest of the game. Yeah, he has the cowboy outfit going on. Oh hey, Allure's coming into play, thankfully. Apparently, today I learned that has a higher priority. That actually makes sense, though. Yeehaw. Yeah, all of the male members of the Embryon, except for Cielo, have similar outfits. Cielo is wearing a dude skirt, I think. Or no, Cielo's wearing booty shorts, right. Cielo wears booty shorts. So y'all can have that mentally. You know. Also, shoutouts to Eating the Sun, which is what we just did. Yeah, I would like to sleep this Lakshmi. And she should just slap me. Oh no, she doesn't. I couldn't remember if Isis reads what you're using if you don't attack her. Okay. And Augudine should finish that. Yo, nice. Okay, and we're done with random encounters for the rest of the game. And then set fire resist over Dia. Now, Argilla will actually get use now. Believe it or not, Argilla will be useful. She will be my heal bot now because I can't heal with Surf anymore because I just removed Dia. So yeah, now we're just good to sprint through the end. Also, again, this version of Spider Silk is absolutely amazing. I will still fight Catoblepass, though. Because I don't want to die to Catoblepass, and in the words of a certain American country pop singer, we have bad blood. Also, I can Sentinel Charm into CL. I should have done that earlier. That can go over Dream Maze now. Alright, this is the big infamous teleport maze. Also, hi Sammy, bye Sammy. Samael is terrifying, by the way. Like, when I go for Devours on Samael, I'll use Dream Haze once, and if it does not land, I will immediately run away, because the last thing I want is for Samael to get a turn. So yeah, this is the, yes, Samael, also known as Slifer, the executive producer. Samael's design's really cool. No, bye Heat. Good. Alright, Argilla. Argilla, save me. Yeah, we already ate the Sunburb once. We can let the Sunburb live. For those of you who are interested in farming in this game, Horus, the Sunbird, is the enemy that drops magic incenses. That's why I said they're very easy to farm, because Horus is quite easy to kill and he's relatively common in the final dungeon. The other nice thing about being able to kill these Katola passes pretty quickly is it does give me some extra levels. Levels in this game are not super important. Like, skills are definitely more important than levels, but having more HP is nice. Being less likely to get completely destroyed by a boss fight's never remiss. I wish I could see this number of Samaels when I play this game normally. It is pretty common to have runs where I am cutting it super close on learning Miragidan because I don't see a single Samael or a single Horus. Hi, Ganesha. Hi, Ganesha. Also, this teleport maze is awful if you're, if you've never done it before. It's, it can be, quite the, endeavor. I'm making it look very easy in comparison to how this teleport maze is for even, like, learning the speedrun with directions. We're almost done, though. We're quickly approaching the final couple of bosses. As we run away from, yeah, if we would have let Nidhogger eat all of his compatriots, that's how big he would have been, by the way. Oh, trust me, getting lost is very, very, very common. DDS is a very, very good duology of games. I would highly recommend it. If anyone had any inkling to play the game, either from watching me play it or just hearing about the games in general, I would highly recommend picking the games up if you have a PlayStation 3. They are $10 each on the PlayStation 3 store. Also, if you happen to live in North America, these games are still in print. Atlas still prints copies of this game, at least they did as of like a year ago. And so you can pick both games up for, I think, a grand total of like $35 physical PS2 disc. It's very nice. Alright, we're done with random encounters. We have made it out of the encounter zone. That was a very, very tame Karma Tower. as far as random encounters go. Alright. Final setup. Design, Dine Over Devil Feast. That looks right. Cielo. I can swap out Tsukikaja over Quick Escape because there's no more random encounters. He is perfect as he is. Yeah, it's the same way with, at least it was the same way with physical copies of Nocturne and Personas 3 and 4. The only PS2 SMT games that were not regularly in print were the Raito games. Which is why the Raito games are like a couple $100 if you want to get a copy of them. Thankfully, they are also on the PlayStation Network store. Alright, this is a Nanta, this is a Snack. This Snack has 7 heads, so guess how many press turns he has. Yeah, fortunately, if you own a 3DS, the games are all on the eShop, and they go on sale fairly regularly. If you're looking for a physical copy, though, then those will cost you an arm and a leg. I didn't want to pass, but that's fine. He doesn't need Beast Eye because he is the Beast Eye. Bonk. Okay. Alright, so he's gonna use the most optimal of strats right here. He's gonna Dakunda himself to remove debuffs, Dekaja us to remove our buffs, and then he's gonna cast Dia on himself 4 times. And then he's gonna bonk someone. In this case, he. And so we just use Augudine, taunt, and then Augudine again. And that is how you roast a snake. I just saved 2.5 minutes over my PB at that on that split. One of the 2 deaths in my PB was to that boss, because he can actually do some really, really nasty things that make that fight script go completely off kilter. He did none of those things today. Alright, and on to the final boss. Alright, so just for reference, time is coming up in about the next 7 minutes or so. I'll call it out when we get closer. Make sure everything's good. All right. I'll let Sarah say stop. Normally I cut her off, but I figured I'd let her yell stop this time. All right. So this is Harihara. Also, this is Angel. Her demon form is Harihara. She has 2 phases, or 2 forms. This is form 1, that alternates between a couple of different modes, so to speak. That attack is kind of rude. Okay, I should have pushed into part 2. Yes. Okay. So she swaps between a magic phase and a physical phase in her first variation. Okay, that's fine. Her physical phase has an insta-kill move, and by insta-kill move, I mean it's actually, like, straight-up will kill you no matter what move. It's called Birava. Hopefully we don't see it. There's Executioner, that's fine. Alright, I don't have to buy the SMT Discord Chipotle now. We were joking if I happened to get sub 430 this run that I had to buy the SMT Discord Chipotle. And that is not the case. My wallet is safe. Wow, the rare basic attack. I say that, but she rare basic attacks me a lot. So yeah, she goes through this rotation twice. And then once you do enough damage to her final rotation, then she goes immediately into phase 2. Oh. So this is the final setup. Okay, she did not use Birava on me. Never mind, I might be dead anyway. Bye, Cielo. It was nice knowing. Okay, well this is fun. That's actually good, because that pushes my buff count lower. That's actually a really good thing. Well, I can use a Soma here. Oh, I shouldn't have said anything. Yeah, this is Birava. It's an instant kill move. Like, it kills you no matter what. Unless Surf survives the attack, because he's a freaking absolutely wonderful individual. Okay, one more attack and we'll be good. Alright, Mabufidine's unfortunate because he eats weak eyes. Maragidine is fine because Surf resists fire. Alright, so she will be pushed in the next attack I do, so I'm going to take some time to heal really quick. Alright, and this will push. Alright, that's phase 1. Phase 1 is the, Phase 1 can be weird. Alright, and this is phase 2. This is the other fight why we need multiple kinds of damage on Surf. The way this fight works is you see the 6 cores that surround her. Those all represent one of the elements plus physical. While those cores are alive, she will repel whatever element is currently alive. So I got Xandine so that I could destroy the fire core immediately, and now I use Maragidine to blow up the rest of the cores. You do not want to keep any cores alive, because if she starts a fight with she starts a turn with 3 cores, she will use Reincarnate, which is the most powerful attack in the game, one of them at least, and it will just kind of kill us really, really painfully. So it's one of the important things of this fight is it's very important to keep our core count low. And she summons a core at random of the 6 every single turn. That's 2 purples in a row. That's really good. Purple is a lovely color. We want to see every core. Any core except for red is great. If she summons a red core, we have to Xandine it, so we lose some damage. Yeah, it's kind of funny that the most painful attack she can use is called Reincarnation, or Reincarnate. It's one of those haha, that's kind of funny things. Cielo's cursed, but that's fine. Curse basically gives you the equivalent of a weakness to death and makes you take return damage. Blue is lovely too, I like blue. Makes you take return damage as long as you do not kill what you were targeting. Or if you do not kill what you are targeting, you take return damage. Cielo is going to be doing 0 attacking this fight, so he is perfectly fine to stay cursed. Yeah, so Curse, again, makes you take return damage if you do not kill whatever you're attacking, and it makes you more likely to get killed by instant kills. Again, Cielo is not going to be doing any attacking, and the final boss does not use Mudo at all, so he's fine to just stay cursed forever. The other nice thing is that Curse has the highest ailment priority in the game, so whenever the final boss uses Vanity like that, he's completely safe from it. Also, get ready on time. It should be coming up in the next couple of... in the next turn or 2. Yeah, the next turn will be the final turn, so get ready on time. sacrifice yellow. And time.
Impossible.
And by my reckoning, that is a 438. So thank you all so much for the GGs. I appreciate it. And so here we destroy the core of the digital world, which causes everything to kind of collapse. Because we're smart.
Do you have any
No, thank you. I
idea what
appreciate
you've
it.
done?
Yeah, thank you all for the GGs. I hope you all enjoyed the run. I had a really good time.
Nothing can stop it.
And, yeah, I'd like to really quickly shout out the SMT speedrunning community. Just in general, really, really good community of people, lots of really cool runners. Especially shout-outs to Pink Pajamas. I mentioned him earlier. Pink Pajamas, absolutely legendary runner of a lot of the games of the series. If it wasn't for him, we would, most of the runners, myself included, would not be here right now. He has put so much work into basically all of the modern SMT games. Basically, this entire route is very much off of his hard work. I just took it and made my own adjustments, optimizations to it, and grinded it like a workhorse until the route is where it was, or where it is now. So, shoutouts to Pink Pajamas. Shoutouts to, again, the entire SMT speedrunning community, who, for the games that I've been running especially, have all been very welcoming, very helpful with answering questions. If you have any questions at all about running this game, about this game in general, you can feel free to drop in on my stream anytime. I'm more than happy to answer questions people have, help people learn runs. I run this, I run a lot of other games in the series. Basically, almost all of the modern SMT games I have a time in of some sort. And there is also the SMT speedrunning Discord that you can find if you go to speedrun.com/SMT or /Megami Tensei, I believe. Let me get that officially. Megami Tensei. Yes, so speedrun.com/Megami_Tensei has all the runs, all the leaderboards, and you can find a link to the Discord if you have any questions you're wanting to learn an SMT or Persona run. It's a very great place to get started with information. If you need notes, if you have questions. Speedrun Demi-Fiend, it's interesting you should say that, because there is a 100% category for this game that includes all mantras, all bosses, getting a certain amount of money by the end of the run, picking correct dialogue choices, etc. It's about my time is a 31-hour run. Other people have put it to like a 23-hour run is world record right now, 22:40 or something. And I have done a run of it, and I'm actually planning on doing one in the next couple of months, hopefully. So if anyone was wanting to catch that run, then you can, the follower command was posted. You can give me a follow, and I will hopefully be doing that pretty soon. Yeah, Pink Pajamas is PPJ's name. I refer to him as PPJ. Pink Pajamas, awesome person, awesome speedrunner, great router, super cool dude. And yeah, that's gonna do it for me. I know I finished a little under schedule, so I don't know if we want to be playing out the credits or not. Just let me know, or I can say my piece and we can get ready with the next runner. But thank you all very much. Again, I've been Freedom Pulse. I had a lot of fun. Thank you for hanging out with me in this late hour, at least for the US. It's been a real pleasure being here. Y'all are awesome, and hope to catch you all later. Thank you all again. And stay tuned for the rest of the marathon. We have a great schedule coming up. It'll be a lot of fun. And hope to see you all around. And see ya.